And I had forgot and went live, and I said, dang, you was about to go inside, weren't you? So, this preliminary, because I don't want to wait too long. Y'all be done forgot. Or I be done forgot. Then I'll just be talking about stuff and not really following through. So, we're working on some more discipline right now in certain areas and balancing things. So, let's tracking doing what it's supposed to, which is start up and charge up on its own and all that. I was knocked out so hard, man. I'm talking about knocked out. 1 minute I was sweating to death, and I just reached up and turned the AC on, and I laid all over my lashes. So they doing what they gonna do, cause I'm not finna redo them tonight. So they been slept on. Y'all know what that is. All right, so let's see. What I'm getting ready to do is play this. Where I do just some little something somethings. Let me get the speakers back up again. Hit the light for me. I'm gonna have to get this thing checked out because it's supposed to continue to charge. I think I need another battery in my APU. That's what I believe. Majority live. I believe that's what the maintenance says. So hit the like, y'all. Again, let me get set up here for a second. Sorry, so we can get this started. I forgot to switch over the phones, the Bluetooth to hook up to their Wi-Fi to avoid causing more heat to my phone. I might have to go inside and do it, and then I'll be good because it reaches out here. But when I go to actually hook up, then I have issues. So y'all, we might need to go inside for a second. I'm gonna try one more time. Let me turn this Wi-Fi off. Hold on one second, y'all. Okay, so I turned my hotspot off, right? And give me a minute. I'm still getting it together. Okay, I'm gonna lay y'all on the side, cause why not? So can y'all hear me now? Hmm? How about now, y'all? I don't want all this bread. I don't want all this nothing. I'm going to snap on these. I'm not good at combo foods. Like, I'm a mono person. So all these toppings, I just can't. It makes me not want it. I can't. Y'all should hear me now.
Large cheese sticks ready for pickup at the restaurant. Large cheese sticks ready for pickup at the restaurant.
I didn't even know they had I guess because they went open earlier. That should be crazy. That should be expensive as hell. You might as well go to Little Caesars and stuff. They got a personal PM pizza over there. One of the guys came and got one. He got the register. She was like $8. And he's not even a truck driver. He's in his car, so he can literally go anywhere. She said $8. He was like, $8 for this? She said, yeah. He paid for it. I was like, sir, you could have went anywhere. He even could have went inside of there because they sell pizza. And got a couple of slices, huge large slices, and came out about the same, but had more pizza and better quality. That's what's the name of it? Try these pizzas and it does not look good at all. It looks dry and burnt. See, none of the heat now. So what I was saying earlier about Clarissa, like trying to say she want to be like as big as
I need you to bring me some next time.
Casanite.
I'm serious. It smells so good.
Like, girl.
I'm so sick.
She can't get millions and millions of true supporters and followers. She got too much drama going on. So there it is again. Y'all be hating. Carissa Shields, is that you? Trying to get my live shut down? You mad because I'm pretty? Why not say hello? Why you just come in here asking me questions like that? Like, this is a Q&A. Or, like I have to answer you or something. Huh? See how I just did that? I don't want that shit. Ask me a question, I ask you a question. Because who are you? If you don't know, then stick around. Maybe you'll find out. I don't know, maybe. Maybe you will. Maybe your punk ass won't. So Clarissa was saying she wants millions and millions and millions like Casanat. Clarissa, if you stop trying to flag my video, I'll tell you what you need to do. Don't come out here and say, oh, you can't tell. No, you shut the fuck up and listen, ho. Okay? So, let me sign into the Wi-Fi. Let's try it again. It's gonna be a struggle driving back. For 1 at 8, which is dumb. For 2, boy, we're not damn compared to It doesn't want to. You keep saying my username password ain't right. It's right because I changed it back to what it was already. So, whatever. Whatever, man. I'm just going to have to use my other one. Whatever, man. So, I don't know why y'all chose to be coming over here. YouTube, start letting them bitches flag my fucking live before I get mad. Y'all hit that damn like button and stop being a hater. Okay, I'm done with all this shit. But we keeping the napkins. So, what, well, here, and then at This vest be having me looking crazy. Hey. No, that's mine. And just stay So this, I'm tripping. Look at my NBA socks and dragon pants. We're gonna work on this. Oh, you can't see. We're gonna work on that back there. We're gonna work on that. Just the week. All right. What's this? Hanging on. Y'all heard her and her daughter came in singing a song. I was like, go ahead, girl. Hey. Going on the next day. Ooh, it's getting chilly out. It is cold. Oh shoot! Hell no! Hell no! Look at look at this. Will you look at this? That's a nice ass truck. Damn right, I'm finna come get this. You about to pull out too? Ooh, look at that. Cat daddy making that money. Look at that. Hold on, let me zoom out. Damn, son. Oh, don't run me over. Damn. That was nice. It's yellow too. My screen was dirty on that side. So my bad for that, because y'all missed out. I'm cold as hell. Just that quick. I don't know where I parked at. I mean, I do, but it's a lot of trucks out here now. It's full. I don't want nobody to think I'm a lot lizard. Let me find my truck. I'm walking like this too. Holding on to my arms and shit. Wait, did I pass it? Did I pass it? No. That's not me. Oh, shit. I was way down here? I don't know. Woo. I'm be messing around when it get dark out there. Don't trust out, y'all. Let me gotta get my ass in here. There's too much going on. Shit. This is a whole parking lot full of dudes. And they manly is smelly. Not really. Not really. I made it. Not really. Half these dudes can't catch me if I started running. Big boys, you know? And I'm already out of breath. That tells me no more. I'm done. And I'm working out like that either to catch up to eat that shit. Boy, let me tell you, it's not to be summertime. Like, what we doing? That Soylent Green don't be worth it, baby. Damn, I'm trying to turn some lights on. No, I'm literally out of breath. Soylent Green is people. That's what they say. Soylent Green. Okay, got a whole stack of napkins again. You know, that's how we do. Come out with your napkins. All right, listen. I'm gonna listen. We gonna listen to this real quick. I'm about to hit the road. I'm nervous about something that I need. Damn. That shit got me already feeling like I want to go back to sleep, y'all. That ain't my life. What am I doing? It's gotta be. I gotta detox. It's gotta be the freaking chemicals they put in there, because... Well, hold on, let me turn on the Wi-Fi. I didn't even like that shit like that. It wasn't even good. We're gonna get down to this right quick. This hearing is good. But while we doing that, we're not gonna sign into that. We're gonna sign into mine. Okay, she's on mine. James the Truck. Okay, sign into James the Truck. You sign into my shit. God, we connected. Connected. All right, let me pull it up. Oh, fuck, boy. No one getting hell well. I don't fuck with food like that. I don't even fuck with food like that. Just doing this shit like it's a normal everyday thing. And now it's too many ingredients. I am a mono eater. Like, for real, for real. So, too many ingredients. I had to throw them shits away. Am I looking over here? Okay, the OnlyFans check. Yeah, this hearing is really, really good. What did I move it to? Let's see. There's other subjects I want to touch on, but I'll be trying not to bring them up when I be live, because I don't want to mix. Then when I get to scrolling and I see it, it's like it made me want to start talking about it, but it would just be too much confusion. All right, let me see. We get going on some amplifier sounding type shit. Okay. So, again, the OnlyFans model who stabbed... Okay, I already said it. Stabbed her boyfriend to his non-existence. They're only charging her with second degree... What was the phrase I used before? Heat of the moment. Crazy. However, that may elevate. I don't know. I see the prosecution look like he's trying to really do something here. I gotta give it a minute. I guess clock in. I don't know. But it just I don't know. I can't really get too hopeful about that. Not that I'm personally invested. It's a case. It's a case. Y'all know the black women say they not messing with dude because, you know, not that really because he dating white girls, but mainly because he chose the girl. You gotta press all them damn buttons. Come on, son, you got it. Get it. So he chose the girl, but he was down in black women on social media. On his, they found a lot of posts on his Twitter, and it was bad. So his girl stabbed him up, and they got her. They arrested her. She had the blood all over her. Why is still ain't connected? Oh no. Make sure the Bluetooth is on. It's weird Bluetooth was off. Weird the charges they give her, because everybody, say, hey, she be wilding out on him. She be hitting on him, yelling at him, all kind of stuff all the time. They even have footage of, her acting up on the elevator and stuff like that. Okay, there we go. So they're in court. This was on March 22nd. And the judge was saying this is not going to turn into a telenova. Okay. But it's her parents and the parents' attorney trying to stop the prosecution from looking into their files in the in the cloud. Yeah. So.
Ms. Sabrina, who police you does represent coordination planning out.
Yes, but Sean, I on behalf of the state.
Good morning, everyone.
So, Your Honor, we're here on the petitioner Kim and Deborah Clenny's motion for a protective order. Just point out housekeeping for the procedural matters. We had previously moved to intervene on the same issue. Judge Cruz had ruled against us. We took appeal of that order. Judge Cruz's order was affirmed, PCA. The mandate was returned on Wednesday, so Your Honor is vested in with jurisdiction to address this current motion. We're seeking essentially what would be a similar remedy, but now under the rules of criminal procedure, which is 3.220 L&M. And specifically, Judge, and I know Your Honor read the motion and is pretty familiar with this, and one of the issues, or really the main issue, was that the original warrant issued for the iClouds of Courtney Clenny, Kim Clenny, and Deborah Clenny, in our argument, invaded Kim and Deborah Clenny's privacy right under Article 1, Section 23 of the Florida State Constitution. But under the rules of criminal procedure, Judge, essentially this is just all sensitive material that should not be disclosed to the state. Our issue has been not simply the breadth of the warrant, specifically, Judge, the warrant allows the state to go through Kim and Deborah Clenny's iCloud data from November of 2020 to present is what's in the warrant, but that was November of 2023. So a 3-year period wherein the subject criminal offense, Courtney Clenny's homicide charge, occurred April 3rd of 2022. So
okay, so
we've asked the state to narrow.
Y'all might remember that this happened 4 years ago. Okay. It's been 4 years. She still hasn't gotten a murder trial. So they are now doing preliminaries. And what they saying is from the date that they requested until the present date, which would have been the present date of the court, the actual court date when they awarded it to them, they asked to be able to look at her parents' iCloud. They should have a family iCloud. and they gonna tell why they have probable cause to believe that they should see, um, look and see what the parents got in their iCloud. And they did get a ruling in their favor, but then I think he said the judge overturned it, or the defense was bringing them back to say, stop this from happening. So
Or at least advise what
they should have gone
exactly
through
they
them
are
already.
looking for, and why they believe there would be evidence of a second-degree homicide 2 years prior or 2 years after on the iCloud data of the defendant's parents, who weren't even in the state at the time it occurred. By the state's own theory of prosecution, this was a heat of the moment incident that occurred.
That's crazy.
And resulted in the death of Mr. Abumseli. So what we're asking for, Your Honor, is to restrict the disclosure to the state.
Now that I think about it, honestly, it could have been a heat of the moment. Regardless of what the prior history was, it still could have been a heat of the moment. I don't know, second degree. Okay, so no, I'm tripping. That seems like a reasonable charge. They would need to find more to prove that she had intent on doing this prior to. So that's part of what this would be for. Now, at this moment, they really don't have enough evidence to go further than that. But I can see that they want to, prosecute this case, which is good, especially for him, because, he a black dude, she a white girl.
Because I don't believe that they have sufficiently established grounds to invade Kim and Deborah Clenny's privacy to this degree. I understand and we can see that the state has an interest in prosecuting criminal offenses and has, a pretty wide authority to do so and many tools at their disposal, such as the search warrant.
So
but that's not.
People in the comments are saying that, well, they're laughing because the judge said this is not going to be no telenova, but they're also saying that the parents, she intentionally killed him. She was an abuser with all of the things that I said to y'all. And they said her parents should be in prison with her. They tried to help cover up the evidence. So the DA believes that. And that's what they're doing right now, trying to make sure they can get access to the iCloud. All your shit is in iCloud, right? So they're trying to, the parents have a defense attorney, and they're trying to argue them to not have access.
Unchecked. I'll also remind the court, and I think Your Honor knows, so the warrant at issue, this court has jurisdiction over, but also coincidentally, Your Honor signed the renewal warrant. Originally went in front of Judge Kabarga. She executed it. It was presented to Your Honor that had gone stale and you needed to re-sign it. So I think Your Honor also has wide discretion to act sua sponte on limiting that warrant now because you still have jurisdiction over it. Either way, what we're seeking is to prevent the state from invading our client's privacy. The court does have a secondary remedy available to it, which is to review the materials in camera and determine what, if anything, may be relevant and is worthy.
So as they're discussing things, they're bringing me my memories back on this situation. Again, this was 4 years ago. They still haven't prosecuted her yet. He was laying on the floor after she stabbed him up. The police came in. I'm also stretching simultaneously while I'm doing this too, so I'm getting my hamstrings and everything still sore from the last set of deadlifts and things. So I'm trying to loosen some things up here so I can play with that dumbbell a little bit. They're talking in the comment section. I don't know if y'all remember. In this case, she stabbed him up. She was covered in blood. Police came and they put cuffs on him while he's laying on the. Oh no, Dookie, I didn't mean to hide you. I was trying to hide somebody else. I'm glad I seen that. Dang, son. Let me see how can I. I had you. Okay, there you go. My bad. I was trying to get that thing in front of you. Let's see. Make sure I got it. Mm, came in here talking junk. You know, troll or whatever. So, yeah, they handcuffed him while he was laying on the ground dying, and didn't treated her like a victim, but come to find out she the one who stabbed him up, attacked him. And everybody's talking about how they don't believe it was a heat of the moment, she was an abuser. One person here is talking about, listen, the guy was a bum, he didn't work, he lived off her, which is why I think he took all the abuse that he did. However, she knew she had that control over him, and I think that's why she abused him like she did. I don't believe for a minute that she just flung it. We all seen how she gets when she's angry. So I 100% believe she plunged into him. I don't believe for 1 minute he was coming at her attacking.
He disclosed to the state. And the last point, Judge, is when the state sought this search warrant, the reason being that they could not access the defendant Courtney Clenny's iCloud or phone. They had requested the password, that was declined by Ms. Clenny's counsel. That issue has now since been remedied. So there's really no reason whatsoever for the state to have access to the defendant's parents' very private data.
Yeah, it is.
To this fucking lady right here, if I see you, I'm gonna give you the biggest hug ever. Listen to what she just said.
God. That's a commercial, y'all. Don't pay that shit.
Mr. Aviha?
Yes, Judge, and before I begin, may I just request from the defense the items specifically that they believe would be protected under some privacy interests?
Here we go.
Well, Judge, we're talking about iCloud data, so I think that's been well established in Riley v. California that the data that we keep on our phones and our personal computers and now in a cloud storage, we're talking about medical records, financial records, spousal communications. It's a digital vault that they are traipsing through.
The accounts that are at issue, I'm assuming, are the KBC ones and the DEB.
Correct.
Right. The CTC is Ms. Clem.
Yes, and just in response again to Mr. Abduhoff, it's not this private citizen with a privacy interest job to tell you this is what I don't want you looking at. It's the state's burden to say, I need to look at this because it is relevant to this prosecution.
True.
Mr. Admiral?
So, Judge, the issue here, and I will agree with the defense that they have standing under these specific statutes solely for the purpose to limit that disclosure. A lot of the case law that comes about happens once it's already in the state's possession, and the third-party public record request comes about for these items in that disclosure. I don't want to necessarily go that far, but where we are here is this is a search warrant that this court signed that issued and agreed that there was probable cause for this, for the attaining to attempt to locate items relevant to this investigation. So at this time, that standing that the defense may have to limit possible disclosure does not call into question, cannot call into question because they don't have standing to challenge the warrant itself. If they were granted the ability to intervene, we're in a different ballgame. That's not where we are. So they're talking now about what already exists and limiting its disclosure. Now that it's already there and it's already what would be in the state's possession, we're in a world where they're limiting, I believe their sole ability is to limit its disclosure to the public. So first off, when it comes
I do not agree with that, Judge. I don't read the rule. I think it is far more broad than that. And it's important to note, Your Honor, that the decedent, Mr. Uphamselli, his counsel filed a similar motion for materials related to Mr. Uphamselli. So
I think that's also irrelevant to this argument per se, because whether or not it was granted to the defense and the state were in agreement to limit some of the more sexually explicit conversations or things that the court deemed were obtained illegally, that's what the purpose of that protective order was. But that being said, Judge, if you look at the rule itself, outside of the first sentence, all of it talks about depositions and limiting what would come about. For this is section L. When it comes to the disclosure, the state can be limited in asking these questions or a witness to have to answer these questions. None of it pertains to items that are already in possession of the state itself. These items itself, the court took possession of it after the fact and held on to it for the purpose of the appeal and whether or not they could intervene. And I believe the court's intention then was, okay, if they could intervene, we could talk about the breadth of this warrant. They would have standing to. Now they don't. You know, that the third DCA, the court said they did not. The third DCA approved and affirmed that they did not. And so what we're here now is talking about items that are already effectively in the state's possession, although the court has it. And now the question would be limiting it and basically its use in trial or disclosure to third parties. So where we are here, and when it comes to this item, these items, when the defense talks about financial records, that's very relevant to this case in and of itself. You know, when it comes to Kim Clenny's financial records, it was clear in the Arthur hearing that Ms. Clenny, the defendant, sent all of her money to the defendant in the months leading after, even 1 or 2 months leading or preceding the murder itself. So we do have an interest in obtaining these items, finding the value within that, and seeing how it fits into our case for actions taken after the fact.
What was just said? What was just said? What was just said? What was just heard? What was just said? The mom is he's saying, and I could have sworn he said all of her money. I just don't want to rewind it right now. But prior to sent her all of her money. Well, it's not that far back. So he's trying to see. They're saying what people in the comment section have been saying, that the parents were helping her. The parents were helping her, and the mom was having conversations with the girl. Both parents were concerning this, and they knew a lot of things that was going on, and they were helping her by sending her money, coming there, blah, blah, blah. They believe that I think they believe that they're damn near fully involved. So they're trying to get access to records so that they can see it and prove it.
Financial records, that's very relevant to this case in and of itself. You know, when it comes to Kim Clenny's financial records, it was clear in the Arthur hearing that Ms. Clenny, the defendant, sent all of her to the defendant in the months leading after,
Since
1 or 2
all of
months
her
leading
money.
or preceding
all of her
murder
money.
itself. So we do have an interest in obtaining these items, finding the value within that, and seeing how it fits into our case for actions taken after the fact, as well as communications with Deborah Clenny that happened in the moment of this murder.
Open up those hits.
So
That I get, but we're talking about 18 months prior to the homicide itself.
Right. So, and Judge, the issue is that all of these, I understand Your Honor is separating each account, and rightfully so. But when it comes down to it, all of them share one iCloud account. So when we do a return for this iCloud, all of this comes, and you can now attribute to each person their separate phone numbers. So if they share, that's the first part. The second part is that what Your Honor has just done is what the defense would like is to attack the warrant for being overbroad, for calling into question the amount of time in which we are being able to look at certain information. And they don't stand to do that. And that's the problem here, is that they can't question what Your Honor found probable cause for in our investigation in trying to obtain certain information. That's why, they do have standing to question what could be turned over, or in a deposition of Deborah or Kim Clenny, what could be asked. But when it comes to what's already in the state's possession that Your Honor found probable cause, they can't question that and they can't challenge that. So
they being the Clennys. So in other words,
that's Kim and Deborah.
Right, that's what. Not
yes.
I can address that as well, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yeah, he needs to be specific,
finish off.
I mean, I was following him pretty good. So they were
In
saying
your argument, if the
again, they're saying that the mom was sending her all this money. And they're saying that the parents don't get to question the courts about what they trying to see, what they can have access to. They're saying that they want and need access to the cloud records so that they can see and get the evidences that they believe exists. And of course, the defense attorney is saying, no, it's not necessary. It's the parents. They're separate from her. But the prosecution is clearly saying why they want access to these records. They're clearly saying it.
Intervene had been granted.
They need to get
and
it.
we would rightly be in this discussion that
So,
we're having. But because it wasn't
doing these side back hiccups.
It's as simple as a threshold standing.
You really can't see
Correct.
it.
And I actually, that's not correct.
Okay.
Because standing would say whether or not they even bring this motion altogether. The rules allow for them because they do have a privacy interest in the records themselves. But the question or the answer is the state has a competing interest in still reviewing and obtaining and ascertaining value to some of these
He's
items.
ascertained a
If
lot.
I were to say that the privacy interests of Mr.
I got the burning on.
outweighs the state's interest in prosecuting this case, what type of limitation would be appropriate?
What I would say, Judge, would be that, Your Honor, prior to any sort of public record request for these items, and this is obviously a very media-driven case where there's a lot of attention to it. Anytime that a public record request is done or requested for specifically these iCloud returns, that it can come before the court and we can be able to ascertain in camera, or even, just off record of, hey, these are the items that you are not allowed to turn over to the public because that's where their public or their privacy interest now trumps the investigation, or I'm not finding the value. State explaining now why the public needs to, or you should have been able to ascertain or obtain these items.
So your position in that regard is this is not right?
To be fair, Your Honor, I've never seen the returns. I've never seen what's on these returns, and my involvement in this case when the returns came back it was not as a first chair prosecutor. So I would love to say, Judge, this is everything that's on. But I'm not allowed to have communication with who was previously the first chair.
Right.
So I would say yes, but
That's crazy.
It could be right. Because in theory, there are people in our office that would have that information, just not any that we could discuss with.
What I mean by right,
It would
is
depend.
that the act.
So, clearly there was someone else in charge of investigation. For some reason, they're not doing investigation no more. So, I don't know, because I don't recall hearing about this part of it. So there must have been something not, they feel like he was or was not doing, and they want a fresh investigation, so they can't communicate. No transferring, no tainting, because hey, we weren't okay with the work you were doing anyway. So I'm not sure, but this is deep because again, 4 years and here we are. They're still going over the preliminaries, like what can we have access to, and this is why we need it. But let's be clear, it is heavily believed that the parents helped her do this. Now, this dude living with you, bro, get a eviction notice and restraining order. You know what I'm saying? Like, cut it out.
The public record request is not heard yet in this regard.
In that regard, then
Maybe
yes.
it has. Obviously, I don't know the answer.
If there are requests for the iCloud, we have not been able to answer to them because they've been in session.
Okay, so let me just address the issue of public records request, because I think that's a red herring.
It might be, because
Yeah.
it's separate and apart from discovery.
I agree, Judge, and I also need to point out that we're discussing a privacy interest. So for my clients, the state going through their private data is the same invasion as if
You
it
hear
was
this?
it's somebody who should not be looking at what is
We don't
private
have no
and
privacy
being allowed to
anyway.
do so. I also want to address, Sarah talked about
The state.
under subsection L of the rule we cited to, and said notwithstanding the first sentence, but the first sentence is particularly important. because it is what gives us this standing on showing it could cause the court shall at any time order specified disclosures be restricted, which is what we're asking happen today. Judge, it's also important to note on the issue of the motion to intervene, and this is particularly problematic because I don't think even the state is arguing that my clients don't have an interest in their own data.
I feel the burn.
The third
I feel the burn.
gave us no opinion, so I'm not gonna, speculate as to what they think, but they did deny the motion to
a little bit.
which puts us in a very interesting position because the state has sought very private data over a long period of time of two people who just happen to be related to the criminal defendant, and now is essentially arguing that we don't have any remedy before Your Honor, and that is a really, really steep and slippery slope for us to be on, because that subjects everybody who may know someone prosecuted by this state attorney's office to have their very private data reviewed.
Yeah.
It's also, Judge, essentially a moot point because they have Courtney Cummings' data on the other side. So anything related to her, who is the defendant they are prosecuting, that may involve my
That's
client,
what they looking
have
for.
through that back door. So there's no reason for them to be looking
No.
to private citizens' very private data on the other side of it.
Let me hush. The prosecution got him.
And again, I've yet to hear in all of the arguments, what are we looking for? With
See,
regards to the
they do this. Now, they know it's not a good chess move for the prosecution to tell everything they're looking for, but they have to give at least enough. They can't just say, let me see if something's there. No. What's your probable cause? So, he's gonna, basically come out, even though he already said the mom was sending her all of her money right before this happened. Which is suggestive that he's gonna say. But the defense attorneys are trying to say, look, on the other side of the cloud is Courtney's stuff. You got access to that. You don't need access to the parents' stuff. That's private. Just because they know her, that doesn't mean you should be able to look at all their private stuff. Like, what's your point? Like, what's your reason for wanting to see their stuff? That's what he's saying.
financial issue.
It sounded to me like it went more toward the motions that, well, not you, but that Ms. Police and Mr. Craven raised with respect to the release.
Say that again.
Well, the financial records and whether or not her money has been provided with money for her to flee the jurisdiction.
You hear that?
It's a very interesting.
That's the judge.
Yes, Judge, because Mr. Clenny did testify at the Arthur hearing.
So they're talking about the parents giving her money to help her possibly flee the jurisdiction. Now, what's jurisdiction? Because if I murk one of these truck drivers here in Mississippi, if I go to Georgia, am I safe? No, it's a schmurder. They got jurisdiction over your ass, no matter where you go up here in the U.S., right? Any other country they got deals with. So you got to go somewhere where they ain't giving the U.S. nothing. So they were trying to help her get out. Okay.
In all of the arguments, what are we looking for with regard to the financial issue?
The judge can tell you what they're looking for.
It went more toward the motions that, well, not you, but that Ms. Police and Mr. Craven raised with respect to the release.
Say that again.
Well, the financial records and whether or not her money has been provided with money for her to flee the jurisdiction.
It's a very interesting.
That.
Yes, Judge, because Mr. Clenny did testify at the Arthur hearing. Mr. Abuov's predecessor, who was removed from the case, put in one of his response pleadings that the warrant was sought for this information for exactly that reason, because they believed this was a movement of money which was indicative of flight. The warrant was sought after the pretrial detention order was entered. So that's just a disingenuous argument to make.
Yeah.
The idea that transfer of money for somebody who's now been in custody going on 4 years was not just a sound financial decision. It does not establish anything related to the elements of a second-degree homicide. And there's no issue of flight because she is detained. So that argument, I don't think has much merit, Your Honor.
Can I ask, if I agree in part
See?
with your argument, what limitations?
I told you this was
I
good.
realize for the record,
The whole back and forth, as soon as you think one side got it, then boom. They say, we think she gave him all this money so she could fly, she could get up out of here. Oh, well, she's in jail, so that it's just a good sound investment. How? She's in jail. Okay, whatever, I don't know. Maybe that it gives her immunity from taxes or something. I don't know what the hell he mean by that. Now here come the judge. She got something. I'm like, okay.
record that you're objecting to everything and this, in its entirety, but I think that some of this could be.
Sure. We offer in the initial motion to allow for a limited release of the phone calls or communications between Deborah Clenny and Courtney within the time period of the homicide. I can even concede that that would be relevant and important to the state's investigation, but to have 3 years of private data for a very limited window of time, I don't see the state offering the court anything compelling. As far as our standing to challenge the warrant, I'll concede that point that Mr. Abuoff made, but that does not prevent the court, having reviewed the warrant, from acting sua sponte with your jurisdiction over it, to limit it and say, okay, well, what are you looking for, state? Give me more specifics.
What is the earliest date of, because my notes are in my office, the earliest date of some of the interactions that we litigated, I don't know, a month ago or whatever, prior to the homicide?
So, and Judge, that's the problem. We turned over for the Arthur hearing. There's the specific incident between Ms. Clenny and her parents when she's about, I'm guessing right now it's either 12 or 14. It's sometime in that range. So that's many years before. And this idea of...
Yeah, I don't care about that. I'm talking about...
I understand that.
Defendant and the alleged rape.
Let him
And I
finish.
understand that. So their relationship is about 3 years, or about just under 3 years prior to the murder. It's on and off. There's multiple conversations, but that's the problem here is I believe that date coincides with when that relationship began. And it's seeking, and a lot of the conversations and knowledge
14,
of
15?
the Clennys, they were quite aware of what was taking place between their daughter and Mr. Ogunselli, to the point where the week before the homicide, Deborah Clenny is coming to the apartment to now address any sort of issues as to what is going on between them. So there's knowledge between the parents and their daughter and their daughter's relationship. And I believe that is why the date was what it was. I wish I could give Your Honor more information as to that, but that is, at least it coincides with when we believe his relationship with her began.
So, Your Honor, I'll allow Ms. Puglisi to make the relevancy objection to all of that when it's appropriate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a bridge too far.
I know. I just was trying to
I mean,
get
you
a
can't
sense
hit.
of,
And Judge,
because I signed this.
I mean, you just kept asking what you want, what you looking for, what you trying to get. Now that he want to explain some things, it's, oh, look at him, he's just going overboard. He's just being so dramatic. Like, ain't nobody asking for all that. What you mean?
2 years, what was it, 3 years ago or something?
Yes, ma'am.
So I obviously can't recall what was in my mind or anything at the time. So
and I'm sorry.
it does seem overbroad.
I apologize for interrupting. But the question of whether it's relevant doesn't necessarily mean that it's overbroad. You know, the idea is their relationship starts at a certain date. It is certainly relevant. The question of whether or not it's relevant to the trial and whether Your Honor will allow us to go into it as to some Williams rule component, that's separate and apart from PC relevance in this case. And I believe that's why, although Your Honor now is looking back and saying it might be overbroad, it's relevant to their relationship. And so it's not a fishing expedition for things. It's seeking information of knowledge between very pertinent and important witnesses, especially Deborah
The mother
Clancy,
and the
who
daughter.
is on the phone
Father.
at the time of the homicide and even potentially after the homicide, or at least we know for sure after the homicide. And Kim Clancy, who's on the phone, or not on the phone, but in discussions with their daughter, moving her out after the homicide and financial actions after the homicide, but also their communications beforehand with their daughter.
Harkening back to what I said a few moments ago,
So,
in that
what
I
he
do
just said
believe
here is
that to some
important.
extent, Mr. and
He's
Mrs.
saying-
Clancy's privacy interests outweigh.
Yeah, since the boy when it asks, we need all that info because the mom was on the phone with her when it happened. I think he said the sister was on the phone after it happened. They were sending her money to try to help her get away. They were sending her money and try to help her move out. The mom was having conversations with the daughter about what was going on between her and old boy. She was going over there to see about the situation, you know, on different occasions. So yeah. I mean, this explains itself. We don't even really got to say what is implied here. Okay, you talking about what they looking for? That's what they looking for. That's a lot. That's a lot.
The state's interest in prosecuting the case. If I were to grant the protective order from November of 2021 to 2023, no, April of 2021 to November of 2023, how would that harm the state's ability to prosecute this case? And that would call into question the fact that I do believe to some extent that their privacy interests outweigh the prosecution.
So in this, the problem here, Judge, is that when defense comes here and asks for the entirety of these iClouds, the problem is that there are specific items that would be relevant. So Deborah and Kim could be willing to throw witnesses. I won't know until I get to review these iCloud warrants, which have been in the court's possession for the last couple of years. Right now, we have a pending willing throw motion,
Right.
but we can only litigate it so much so until we figure out their knowledge and their witnesses to what exactly. I don't know. So the date range that Your Honor is suggesting, I believe that you're cutting the shade out by its legs when it doesn't necessarily have to. At the end of the day, what the protection, the privacy interests that they are seeking, I think is covered by limiting who is able to see it after. So if the public cannot receive it, the question is still, it may be relevant to prosecution, what the state may be able to use.
But how are we 4 years in and you don't know the answer to that question?
Because Your Honor has had the iCloud warrants or the returns for the last 2.5, 3 years. The only person who reviewed those prior to is no longer on this case, and I can't speak to them.
Oh, that's crazy.
So Judge, the point Mr. Elbow just made is very telling. They may be Williams Rule witnesses, but we don't know, so we want to go fishing through their data.
Nah, that's not what he said, bro. You can cut that. All right, so his dilemma is they previously granted the access to the person who was prosecuting the case before, but they took him off, and so they can't coordinate and talk with him. And so now they have to specifically re-get permission to get the access. And of course, like he should, the parent's attorney is trying to stop that from happening. Trying to call it a fishing expedition. Nah, he very specific. That's some very specific information, bro. He said your peoples was helping the girl. They knew about it. Maybe what is it planned? They try to help her get away. Give it up.
That's putting the cart before the horse. The state needs to have some reasonable belief that these witnesses have relevant information, so much so that they're going to be allowed to be called separate and apart from the facts of the trial and put up as Williams Rule witnesses. But the answer keeps coming back. What are you looking for? I don't know because I haven't looked yet.
That's not my answer.
Well, you don't know because well,
Right,
partially,
he said
but
it.
you can't speak to other prosecutors as well.
So then this is the problem. So
He's saying
we
a lot.
specifically we're looking for communications,
Most people
financial
don't have that
data.
much.
They can't be separated out. When iCloud receives these warrants, they're not picking and choosing. They're not the ones who go and say, hey, here's exactly what you requested. They are taking the entirety of it, they're sending it to us. At that point, we end up sending it over to the defense, and the proper way of handling this is having a taint team be able to review it and, hey, defense, we're not looking at it, it's in possession of this taint team. Tell us what you believe is something that should be excised out, which can still be done here because anyone who does have knowledge of this is not on this case anymore. So what can be done, what should be done is this is given to the taint team that the court has approved. They are
Which
able,
now can happen since the appeal has come back.
correct. And so now that these items are here, they can be taken by the taint team. The defense who received copies of this at the time that they came in, that part of discovery, should be able already to know what's on this rather than the state, because anybody who had knowledge did not. If there's anything that they want excised off, then they should be able to bring that to the taint team that they can take it off. If there's a question truly of, does the state have a competing interest in this, then we bring it to the court and say,
I like that.
we're not in agreement. But this is something that should be taken
I like
off,
that.
like outside the presence of the court. We can handle this together in theory until we can't. Like that's why it's not legal. The defense should be able to lay out exactly, broadly to the taint team, hey, all of these items should be taken
Yeah,
off.
and it's
We should be able to say, hey, apparently, completely, and then it's not an issue.
what he's saying is so totally reasonable. How did they get to be 11 o'clock? Okay, so it's 10 o'clock where I'm at, but it's 11 o'clock there. Damn, time is flying by so fast, bro. Shit feels so good. My body needs this. So, what was I saying? I don't even remember. Shit. Let him rock out.
If there's an issue, now we bring it to the court, and Your Honor can now look at it.
Supervisor Gilmore, are we premature?
No, because the state's conflating an issue here. The taint team is applicable to Mr. Gracie and Mr. Prieto as the defense. I'm not the defense here, Judge. I am protecting my client's privacy interests, which frankly applies when members of the government, the state attorney's office, is reviewing their private data. It's a constitutional amendment in Florida's constitution that creates a robust privacy interest. That argument pertains to whether privileged communications will be reviewed and is more applicable to Courtney Clenny and her defense team. Our position is, you're the government. You don't get to look through private citizens' data just on a hunch because you think there may be something in there. And that's why we argued the warrant was overly broad. They didn't identify anything that they're really looking for and still cannot tell this court. And this is probably the fourth or fifth hearing of that.
No,
Nobody's
he
been
said
able to
enough.
say exactly what they're looking for. So we're just gonna open up a digital vault and let them peruse it at their leisure and look through very private materials while trying to find something that may be relevant that they
He's
don't
been
even know if it
excessive.
exists.
What is your position as to a possible limitation that I suggested previously?
So I think that's actually a fair compromise, Your Honor, but I would suggest this. I think the date would be limited from April of 2021 to when Ms. Courtney Clenny went into custody. Because their argument was that they want these communications.
To
Any
pray.
communication she had with her parents while in jail, they have ready access to through jail calls. So I think if we limit it to around the time of the homicide, to
Damn.
when she's taken into custody, the state's
He's doing a
interest
good
is
job, but I
preserved.
hope he don't
It
get it.
respects the very robust privacy interests of my clients, and
Nah, that would help them
hopefully
a
this
lot.
case can proceed to trial as scheduled. April 2022, thank you.
Judge, specifically to that April 2022 date, now that cuts out anything beforehand. So you're eliminating any sort of will control information that these parents may have.
Right, the motion for protective order as to April 1st, 2021 to August 26th of 22 is granted.
Thank you, and I'll draw a motion. Oh,
Hmm.
it's April 2022, Your Honor, is when the homicide occurred.
That's not what I my words. It's 2021.
Woo! Did you hear that?
And
Did you hear
Judge,
that?
forgive me, but let me
Yeah, that was good. That was good. He trying to limit it. The judge said no. We gonna start at the 2021 date. That's what they requested. He said he wanted to start from the time the homicide occurred until the time she was in jail. That's very limited. No, she said we're gonna go 2021 to something 2026. That's real good because you can hear what the DA is saying. And the limits that he's trying to put on it will help them tremendously. But if the DA gets access to all this shit, they really believe that they can prove what I'm alleging that they're trying to say. Because, you know, they can't outright say it, but sounds like they knew this possibly could have been pre-planned and they've been helping her the whole time, including trying to help her escape. If they get all of this access, they should be able to find enough of what they need to prove any or all of that. That's really, really good. But that defense ain't giving up, bro. He not giving up. Watch. They finna go at it. It's almost to the end, but they went at it for a minute. Yeah, I'm barely catching my breath. Okay, see, I should have left it sitting there. Now I can't. I mean, I had it sitting there.
don't mind. What's the rationale for the year prior?
Here's how I'm doing laundry in 2026. And yeah, it's 2026. We're not using this stuff anymore. And make sure you don't breathe it in. Your lungs don't need this mess. Definitely not using this anymore. This is filled with harsh chemicals. Dyes,
Another chemical option.
and lots of other nasty.
No.
It took me 30 years of doing laundry to learn this, but I'll teach it to you in about 1 minute.
We all know that liquid detergents don't have a hard time dissolving in water, even though
Year prior.
The continued, well, you know what, now that you say it, it's the communications that I think would be appropriate, but that's part of Miss Clenny's.
And they have access of that through Miss Clenny's material. Also, Judge, the argument that she may have discussed her relationship with Mr. Elamselli with her parents and therefore the state should be allowed to see that. Again,
That's
creates a
not
very
what I
slippery
see.
slope because you're allowing private data of parents
not
who
all
are
I
having
see.
communications with their child about their relationship to be looked at because they may indicate their feelings one way or the other. There's this homicide is being prosecuted as a heat of the moment second-degree murder. So any discussions that Courtney Clenny had with her parents about her relationship is trying to shoehorn in something that's not going to ultimately be relevant or admissible.
Which is again not your purview necessarily.
Fair enough, Judge, but while I'm trying to protect my client's privacy interests, I'm addressing the state's argument to say, hey, they might have talked about the relationship, so we should be allowed to look at that.
I'll give you one last comment on that.
So Judge, specifically to that point, you know, defense says that there's a privacy interest between conversations with themselves and their daughter. That's just not true. That's not protected by Florida state law, not protected by federal law. And specifically now you're bringing in a party to this dispute. You know, marital spouse, if we want to talk about those communications, that is the only protection that could pertain here. But once Courtney's a part of it, that is waived when it's brought to another person. So the discussion that they want, the question here is relevance, and that's what they want to argue. And that's really the only thing they can argue. It can be completely relevant, which is why when that relationship is going on, which is why the beginning of the warrant was the date that it was. So yes, that's what every search warrant is. If we knew that every conversation was in there, then yeah, that's great. But realistically, you're saying, hey, we have probable cause, a crime was committed, this is the parent, these are communications that were had after the fact. We want to ascertain their communications before the fact. So this is very normal in the sense of all search warrants ascertain a specific amount of data for specific purposes. These communications now being limited by the court, I think may go too far. We respect the court's ruling and we'll abide by those, but at the same time, it is relevant.
So I'm gonna stand by the 2021 date. So if you could draw up the order.
I will, Your Honor.
And, you know, bottom line is, as to Courtney Clenny's iCloud, you still, it's all still fair game with the dates that are in the search warrant itself.
I understand that, Judge, and then that's.
Yeah, and Judge, are you allowing the state to look through everything or just communications? Just very briefly, Your Honor, I was not making a privilege argument. I was making I was making a privacy argument.
Right.
But again, I guess my question to the court for purposes of this order, the state's arguing that they need these communications.
It's limited to communication.
Okay.
Judge, I would argue that financial records matter as well. I mean, there's an argument here, Judge, that specifically
How can you disagree
Mr.
with what he
Ogunselli
said?
was, for lack of a better term, leeching off Miss Clenny throughout the relationship. She's getting money from her
It's not
parents.
gonna turn into a telephone.
I
Okay,
understand.
so
But
that's the issue.
So
I'm
that's good.
gonna say that if during the course of your investigation, now that you're able to go through everything, that we're back to where you're able to do that, that you need to revisit something that's part of the court's ruling, then you'll do it. But as we sit here today,
Okay.
it's communications.
So,
Hell.
Judge, and that's why what I'm talking about now is during that argument, throughout that entire transcript, the defense argued that
That's
Mr. Ogunselli
not
was
bad.
leeching off, which is why he's back
That's
at
not
that part. We need to be able to ascertain because she's not making the money that she's making at the time of the homicide for the year before. So that's why financial records are going to say, hey, Kim is sending money to their daughter for those during those purposes. So financial records are relevant for this purpose. And that's why, this is defense is asking for everything that other than conversations, but other things that are inside of this iCloud are pertinent to this, including medical records. They may be in receipt of medical records. Courtney Clenny, who actually claims that she's been a battered spouse. So this is important.
We're not
And
married.
to limit us to be able to obtain these items that could be there is a problem. So, Your Honor, we'd ask for the date range with everything. The defense has it. They should be able to tell the court, hey, Your Honor, this is here. They shouldn't be able to look at that.
I mean, I think Mr. Patridomo's argument was that, private citizens should not tell the government what they can and cannot look through when you're not a party to appeals.
Right, and that's why we come here, Your Honor, and it talks about specific disclosure of those items. So they have it, and that's why they have possession of it. They should be able to tell the court, you shouldn't be able to look through this because this in fact exists, and we have an interest in this. Then we'd be able to actually have an intelligent argument with the court to say, Judge, this is why this is relevant to us. To now blanketly just say, medical records. That's not what this statute is meant for. And that's the problem that we're here now, is that they're blatantly asking the court to cut out everything for that date range. So, Your Honor, the date range itself, we'd ask for everything in there. We're happy to provide a copy to Mr. Patridomo. If he's arguing that
it's a murder
we don't have an
investigation. Give him
interest or their
access.
privacy interest trumps something, again, that's why the team is here. So this is something
At
that
least
I think, again, it's
Communications and
putting the
financial.
cart before the horse.
At least.
It's something that can be handled throughout this process. And now to sort of blanketly say, state you can't get anything but messages, now cuts out potential evidence that is more than relevant and may come into this trial.
Go ahead, man. Do your job. Shoot. Come on, Judge. Come on. Come on. Come on, Judge. 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 Give it up. Give it
Stock
up.
up this Earth Day with Paleo Valley's buy one get one free offer on bone broth protein. If you're someone who cares about healthy eating and
Ooh. Yeah, buddy. Oh. I feel it. She thinking. She looking. She reading. She thinking. She reading. She looking. Come on, Judge. Give it to him, Judge.
So essentially, Mr. Abernhoff, you would suggest that the court, the date range that I know you're not in agreement with the date range, it is what it is. That all of the property that is contained in pages 2 and 3 of the affidavit in support of the search warrant be allowed, notwithstanding whether it has to do with communications.
Right.
Mr. Patridomo, any last word? I actually think I'm revisiting that at this point.
Well, Judge, if you're revisiting it, then yes, absolutely. I think the state's argument is essentially shifting the burden onto private citizens to prove that they have a privacy interest in the data that they want to look through. That's just not how the constitutional amendment works. It was very much designed to create in private citizens a robust privacy interest. To say that we think there may be something of relevance in here, and I frankly, I said this with all due respect, Mr. Avalov, I think
he's very specific and
financial
he's very
argument's a bit
reasonable.
tenuous at best. It was
I think
originally
he's gonna find
raised
it.
as,
If you look.
like Your Honor pointed out, as an issue of whether Ms. Clenny was a risk of life. So going through private financial records for which my client's interests are protected doesn't have any relevance to a second-degree homicide trial, and trying to shift the burden onto us to tell the state what we think is private in our private material is not the right calculus for this court. They should be able to tell Your Honor, this is why we think this, and point to with some specificity. I get that they need to review evidence and items that they receive from a search warrant before they can decide if it's going to be relevant to the trial. But there needs to be at least a certain amount of specificity. Your Honor saw this warrant. It simply listed everything that's included in iCloud data. So I think asking us to then tell them what they shouldn't be looking at is shifting the burden onto us and making private citizens responsible for telling the government, here's what you can't see.
And I think I would agree with you 100% if the tank team was not in place.
That's right.
That's right. That is the safeguard at this moment in time. So
may I respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So again, I have to bring this point up because, and Your Honor, the Article 1, Section 23 states every national person has the right to be let alone and free from governmental intrusion into the person's private life.
Okay, it's getting
The tank
old.
team are
It's
members
getting
of the
old.
state attorney's
These
office.
people
They are
this
the
is
government
different.
intruding into my client's private life, who are not charged with a crime. They were, but that was folly and dismissed. So partly because they invaded privilege. So there's all sorts of problems here. They are.
I can see by the look on her
free
face.
from governmental intrusion. The issue of the tank team is more for the trial against Ms. Clenny. Kim and Deborah have a right to not have random members of the state government look at their private data. That's what the amendment is for.
I'm going to rule that from 4/1/21 to 8/26/22, the protective order is granted. It will solely be as to communications at this point for that period of time. In the course of your investigation, if you wish for the court to revisit that, then you may do so. But at this point, it is limited to communications.
Judge, may I ask for clarification on the communications? Is it between my clients and their daughter, or any communication with anyone?
Yes.
Doctors, lawyers?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge, so just so that I'm clear, so as it pertains to your warrant that you signed initially, is Your Honor ruling that it was overbroad?
As it pertained to Kim and Deborah Clenny.
And then when it comes to the items that are sought, is it Your Honor's purview that the standard for obtaining a warrant is what the defense has said that it is here? Whereas, in reality, the question just comes whether there's probable cause to believe that relevant evidence could be discovered during these searches.
They good. Both
Because
sides.
Right. Now,
Both sides.
4 years later, we recognize where we are procedurally, and as it comes to the two private citizens that are at issue,
They battling.
it's a very different
Okay.
calculus than it was back in November of 2023.
But it's not though, Judge. The only difference is what we're effectively here for is now a motion to suppress because the items have already been obtained. So the question would be whether or not those items, and that's why, you know, they can limit the discovery of it in some respect, but we have our own interest in our own property. So those iClouds that the court has maintained possession of is the state's property in and of itself when we obtain those items.
Come on
So
now.
that at that point, we're no longer in this world of 3.220 as it pertains to a protective order for the state, because it already has it. Where we are now, and that's where the argument is that it goes to the public disclosure of it. The question of whether or not we can now look at it goes to a motion to suppress. And now that's why this is the standing issue in and of itself of whether they can raise this under this statute. So with that in mind, you know, we have to ask the court at least to lay out its argument here that this is not
You can
the
see how
avenue
you can see
where
in
it
her
is
face.
just
Each one of them
whether it's
getting
on
her.
record or
She like,
in a written order,
this is a good
because
argument.
this slippery
I can
slope
see
now allows for any defendant to say that someone that's not
Let's
arrested
get right to
can
our
now
next
say,
photo.
you know, you can't look at my records other than communications with this person.
But that's when there's a reasonable suspicion to believe that a crime. And if that doesn't apply to Mr. Mrs. Clinton.
No, they do believe
But
the
it
crime
does
is
as
being
it
committed.
pertains to
What are you talking
evidence of a
about?
crime. And that's the issue, is when we're talking and discussing
What?
nature.
Come on, ma'am. I thought you was with us.
Someone that's not arrested can now say, you know, you can't look at my records other than communications with this person.
But that's when there's a reasonable suspicion to believe that a crime has been committed. That doesn't apply to Mr. and Mrs. Clinton.
But it does as it pertains to evidence of a crime. And that's the issue, is when we're talking and discussing the nature of a relationship, a lot of things become pertinent. And that's the problem here. That's why I have no issue with the court limiting the dates. And perhaps that's something we could have done before, but limiting the dates to what Your Honor did, but then to limit the evidence within those dates, that's, Your Honor is effectively saying we don't have probable cause to believe that any of that could lead to evidence of a crime. And I just think that's a slippery slope.
I can't think of a reason right now why that would, because you're prosecuting this as a heat of passion crime. So,
No, Judge, we're calling this a second-degree murder, where specifically she is reacting as nature
If they
and part of their
find the
relationship
evidence, that's
over
gonna
time,
change.
over these 18 months of this that boils over. So what the state would argue, she now stabs him in the chest. The defense now wants to call it a heat of passion crime, but this is a buildup throughout it. And there's
so Mr. and Mrs. Clinton's medical records would have something to do with that?
And I'm not saying that that specifically wouldn't, but your order, Your Honor, cuts out everything else, including the medical record.
Damn, you
But that's
won't
why
know
we-
until you see it.
It's
You don't put this shit together. Like, it be so complicated.
iCloud
Like,
dumps itself and lay out specific items for it.
It's so
The only person who has knowledge of what's on those iClouds is the defense. And they haven't put anything in front of the court to say, by the way, there are medical records on it. They said the likelihood of
I
it.
put that on the record. I'll put that on the record. Yeah, it's an iCloud account. Everything's on it.
That doesn't, no, that's not how this works.
Okay, I take,
But this is.
I've got a packed courtroom full of people who are waiting. It's now
she can't handle it.
9:52.
She can't handle
If
it.
we need to litigate
She can't handle it.
more, we can.
She
at the
can't
end.
handle it.
But I
Look,
thought I had
look,
more.
look. And I
And
get it, but come on, homegirl, this your job. Make the ruling. Like, you can't just chicken out of this shit. They doing a good job, both of them. Both sides. They doing a good job. But at the end of the day, the defense is just merely trying to work for his clients and keep them from getting access, which is he should. But she needs to give it to the prosecution. She does. Look at her face. Homegirl like, man, listen. This is not on my bingo card today. This is overwhelming.
Now coming up. Oh,
Yeah, and Judge, what
They
I'll do
throwing
is I'll
down.
follow up an order
They-
in
and
accordance
both of
with Your
them.
Honor's
Good.
ruling. I would
Good
suggest if
argument.
the state finds something in those communications that allows them or leads them to believe that there's additional information out there, that's how an investigation should
And that would
progress.
be
And then we can readdress it with the court.
But Judge, so I would ask that we would bring up this case at the end
You
of
can
calendar.
continue to argue.
Yes, I would ask that this be brought up at the end of calendar. There's still more.
I'm restricted in my time, Judge, and I understand the court has ruled.
yeah, I
And
think I
just as Your Honor
He
would
trying to
read
stay there.
your ruling, it. And then they had a
Sound
conversation.
good.
I have now asked Your Honor, and Your Honor, now there's more topics to be discussed. This is a slippery slope, and this is a big problem, Judge.
Shut it
Because at
down
the
right
end of the
there where they
day,
at.
Your Honor granted probable cause for an entire range. Your Honor read through that warrant, found that there could be evidence to suggest of a crime to support that crime, and now Your Honor's rethinking, saying it was overbroad. Fine, but the idea to limit what the defense says could be on there, the idea is that that's not our burden to show. The idea is to say that there could be evidence of a crime. If they want to come before the court and say that this specific item is here, we'd ask that that now not be allowed. That's different than what is happening.
And I don't agree with that.
Okay.
So here's what we're gonna do. He's gonna draft an order. He's gonna show it to you. If it comports with what I've said right now, fine, I'll sign it and execute it, and you can move for a rehearing.
Thank you.
All right, we're back
Thank you.
4/16, but I wouldn't mind having a date before that.
That's a soft nature.
Yeah.
Can we do a status
Yes.
date for that in maybe early April? We have some depositions coming on end of March, beginning of April, but there's a lot still to do, and I think it would be helpful for us to do a status.
How about 4/1?
Can we have depositions through 4/3? So can we do it after 4/3? Because that will give us an idea to tell the court who showed up, who didn't, and
The problem is that's gonna put us on these.
that's spring.
Yeah, yeah. So it would end up being like 4/10.
No, I understand.
Stretch my
It-
ankles.
Four good, Judge.
Okay, forward.
Is that amount?
It's a
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yes.
Here that was at 1, so we're.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice one.
That was good.
W2 and file your taxes 100% free, plus get your biggest refund.
That was a
Roughly
really good
37% of
argument.
filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns only. No schedules
only
except for earned
curious
income
about-
tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. File now.
It seemed like a lot has happened in this case that I missed just by hearing them talk. What the heck? What's her name? Courtney? Hold on.
Good morning.
What happened with the first prosecutor? Why were they removed? Stuff like that. This could be something I can listen to while I'm riding. To see real quick. Courtney Clenny is her name. Courtney Clenny. So they said a trial thing 3 months ago. What? They better have a documentary? Oh no, they did make a documentary? Hold on. Are you serious right now, bro? Well, it has been 4 years. It has been 4 years. Dang, look at her hands. Oh no, they're not even showing it. They just use that as a thumbnail. Hold on.
57-year-old Deb.
Hold on. One second. This is the parents of OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny, the woman accused of murdering her boyfriend, were obsessed with trying to gain access to the dead man's computer and unlawfully access it, so claim prosecutors in the murder case. I do remember that. What were they looking for? Saying they better not get away with this. Prayers for the victim's family. That was somebody's son. The same parents that she called after she didn't know. The mom was on the phone during the time. They just said it in court. Okay, I remember that now. This makes it even more intriguing. What? Because they arrested the parents, but they let them go. This is here showing them in their mugshots and
57-year-old Deborah Clenny and
so damn. Okay, I'm all in it now. Pop's mugshot, he look like a thug, baby, 'cause I'm a thug. According to the police affidavit, Courtney's dad, his name is Kim, came in possession of Christian, his name is Christian, as you see Sky, Obumseli. Okay, maybe I said that right. Christian Obumseli's laptop shortly after Courtney stabbed him to pieces and pops it on gang, man. He said on gang. Okay. Damn. This ain't good, baby. So they've been in court quite a few times. 3 months ago, there's some lengthy court appearances here. Oh, she's complaining about prison. It's been 4 years, child. This and that. Oh, sticking out her tongue in court. What, girl? Blowing kisses in court. Doctor describes injuries wife suffered after. Oh, that's a different case. She was having an affair. What? I'm not looking at that. OnlyFans model. She doing a lot of smiling in court. Okay, so her parents were arrested. Okay, let's listen to a little bit of this stuff.
How often do you think about your poop? Now, some people think about their poop a lot. Others, not so much. Did you know that every time?
We have new developments in the OnlyFans model murder case against defendant Courtney Clenny. Her parents have now also been arrested in connection with the case. Kim and Deborah Clenny were arrested at their home in Austin, Texas, and taken into custody by Travis County law enforcement on a warrant out of Florida on charges of unauthorized or excessive access to a computer system, or electronic device. The local reports indicate that after police turned Clenny's apartment over to her parents, her father found victim Christian Abumseli's laptop and attempted to access it before turning it over to his attorneys. Now, this led police to believe that he was attempting to conceal evidence. Now, let's take you back to a hearing in November of 2022, where Courtney's father testified that even he knew that the relationship.
That makes the prosecution wanting to get access to their iCloud more important. Even more so important. Why are you trying to get in his computer? Okay. Yeah. What y'all got going on?
Between Courtney and Abumseli was, quote, toxic. It was very toxic, and I knew from the beginning that he was not treating her correctly. I have evidence, it's all proof with my own eyes. I heard calls between them, calls to my wife. I heard many things that father who loves his daughter very deeply should never have to put up with. Now, after the arrest, Courtney's attorney, Frank Prieto, released this statement saying in part, "We believe the Clenny family has been targeted with some trumped-up charges to discredit them in the press and make their lives miserable. It stinks of a power play by prosecutors to control the narrative." Now, both the Clenny parents are still in custody in Texas, and it is unknown when they could be extradited to South Florida to face the charges. Courtney Clenny has also been charged with the same new charges as her parents, and she still remains in jail awaiting trial for the second-degree murder of Christian Abumseli. She maintains that she acted in self-defense. All right, let's bring back in my guest, still here to discuss criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor Jack Rice, and former assistant state attorney and criminal defense attorney Sue Ann Robinson. All right, Sue Ann, I want to...
If he's an aggressor of anything, then it's not self-defense. If you attack somebody and they are finally defending themselves, not saying that that's what happened, but I think you can just imagine. Child, please. And then the father, I've seen it with my own eyes. He hasn't been treating her correctly. People have said they seen with their own eyes your daughter yelling and physically abusing that guy. So what is treating her not treating her correctly mean? And respects to that. Come on with it now. Come on with it now. It's gonna go off again. Come on with it now. Maybe have to go restart again. Activate. Let's see if it go up.
Start with you. There's a claim being made here by the defense that this is a power play by the state. In fact, there's going to be a hearing tomorrow regarding a gag order, and this was their way of, again, putting information out there before this gag order comes. And really, there's no substance to these charges. What do you make?
I think it is very interesting. I think that if they're trying to get information around what she did, around what she was doing, what happened with the electronic devices, the state has very minimal ways to do it if the parents are out of state. So is it a power play? Yes.
It went out. Sucker MCs. Oh, we gotta restart. Shouldn't have to do this. But there is a issue with my power pack, so let's get these. Oh no, this gonna be loud enough. Can't hear it out.
Just talked about it, figured it out. I would have brought them in.
State. And around
comes, and really there's no substance to these charges. What do you make?
I think it is very interesting. I think that if they're trying to get information around what she did, around what she was doing, what happened with the electronic devices, the state has very minimal ways to do it if the parents are out of state. So is it a power play? Yes, because the state has that long arm and they're exercising it in order to thoroughly do their prosecution.
You know, it's interesting, Jack, the defense attorney also said, look, this didn't need to be out there as an arrest. You could have made a phone call. We could have settled this, talked about it, figured it out. I would have brought them in. So his idea is that, again, this is some sort of way of maybe putting pressure on Clenny and the parents. Let's remember, Clenny was on the phone with her mom, right, at the time of the murder, didn't call 911 until about 14 minutes after when the state believes these murders happened. So there could be a lot going on here.
I think that's clear, and I think what's also clear is that we don't know just how good that communication really is between the defense and the prosecution and exactly what they're trying to accomplish, whether or not they're getting all the cooperation that they want. All I do know is that the idea that if allegedly the family actually brought that computer to my office, my response is, yeah, I'm not touching that. Yeah. Because in the end, a piece of this is that this is about evidence, and there are certain limitations when it comes to it. What you can't do is start hiding evidence. Again, it's only an allegation at this point, but this is part of that riveting process.
Okay.
When you bring multiple defendants into a case, sometimes it's designed to put pressure on others. So is this a feint? It might be.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. That's what they do oftentimes, the state, in cases like this. But the thing that jumps out at me here, too,
they want the attorney to go through it.
There was a computer in an apartment where a murder happened, where an investigation took place. They finally turned it over to the parents once they were done with their investigation. And there was a computer in the apartment.
The cops should have had it.
What you have to remember is initially the police and the state attorney that's now so zealously advocating was not investigating at all. They had closed this out. She was gone about her business. Remember, social media was following her and you know, accusing her, and she was being tried in the court of public opinion. So now they're kind of in a situation where now they've collected more evidence. Obviously now they're focusing on her prosecution. But initially, early on, the family actually had to retain counsel in order to push the state attorneys and the investigators in this case to continue an investigation. So that's probably why there's some pieces missing early on in the case, and why a computer would be able to leave the scene, allegedly.
Fair enough, that's right. She was not immediately arrested. You're exactly right. She was allowed to leave. Quickly, Jack, do they have an obligation to turn it over?
Oh, I think if you come across something like
said,
this,
"That
you
nigga
certainly can't
attacked
simply
me."
hide this. That's part of the
And I
problem.
had to,
But it
I
does
had
bring
to
up a
stab him
broader
up.
question.
I was gonna
How
eat
good
him,
is
but
the
y'all
investigation,
came.
as we just mentioned, is if we
Okay,
think about the
ma'am.
fact that they dropped this
Now we
through
gonna
a
take him
hole,
and we gonna eat him.
how's the rest of this? How is this
Well, we
going
gonna
to
let
go
you
when
go.
you actually get to trial? Because sometimes you never know how good a case is really until you start trying to introduce evidence and you go, oh, I don't have this, I don't have this, I don't have that. This could be a real problem for the state. We're going to see.
Presages possible problems with their investigation and their case.
It was the stock market that started history's greatest wave of wealth creation. From factory workers in Detroit to farmers in Omaha.
No commercials, baby. Let's get to it. Okay, what is this? Oh, her smiling in court. She's a happy girl.
Judge, we would also just request it. Corrections does have a report created that they make it available. It's one of those things that I think the family's going to want to hear or at least review themselves.
Oh, now they're gonna show the bailiff. I'm not holding this phone up for no damn bailiff. But that's what that little short is about. I'm about to skip that. Because that's all that was. They want to show her smiling. Oh, here's another one. She's sticking out her tongue. Okay, cool.
Like, I have not always been a victim, but like right now, I'm a freaking victim in this situation. He and the defendant, Clenny, had been involved in an extremely tempestuous and combative relationship.
So look.
He and the defendant, Clenny, had been involved in an extremely tempestuous and combative relationship.
Don't touch me! What is going on?
He had a smell like that. Like I've and this happened twice before, where I couldn't breathe.
I think she's on some.
For 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, and now why am I not sober? Because I need you.
In our spotlight this morning, the case against former OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny
All
is
these
delayed yet
tapes
again.
of
And
her
we're talking
being
to her attorney
hitting
about it
him
all this
or
morning.
whatever.
So Clenny is accused
All
of
these
murdering her
tapes, y'all.
boyfriend, Christian Alboncelli, during an argument that the couple had inside of their Miami condo back in 2022. Clenny claims that she threw a knife at Alboncelli in self-defense. She was arrested more than 3 years ago and has been held without any bond ever since.
Bro, he was stabbed
Here's
up.
her attorney, Frank Prieto, in court last week talking about the delays.
Oh, this is really real documentaries.
We need to get this moving. Again, Ms. Clenny's been in custody now 3 years and 2 months. It's time to get this in a realistic trial date position.
Prosecutors rejected claims that the state is drawing out the case, telling the court that the defense filed the motions to suppress evidence and reconsider her bond and dismiss the case, and that they had to deal with those. Now, the hearing to reconsider bond now set for November the 4th, and the December 1st trial date has been postponed. The judge set a December 5th deadline to respond to the attorney's filings. No trial date is on the calendar at this point. So let's bring in Courtney Clenny's attorneys, Frank Prieto and Sabrina Puglisi. Good morning to you both. Thanks for coming back on the show. All right, so let's talk about where things stand now. Let's talk about the trial first, and then we're going to get to the bond. So, so many of our viewers, I'm sure you both can believe it, ask often, when's this case happening? When's it going? And I know I've asked you both often when you've been on the show, and unfortunately, we just haven't had a date. Sabrina, realistically, when do you think this is going to go?
Realistically, we're hoping for the first part of next year. Due to scheduling and all the motions, all the delays, Julie, that we've had.
There's a lot going on in this case.
Much of it has been
That
because
tells you
of the
that's
prosecutorial misconduct with the breach of privilege. But if we finally are past that,
we
we
need
now
that
be ready
aspect of
to
she white girl,
really
you
go
black
to
too.
the meat of the case, which is getting ready to litigate the motions. And then as soon as those are done, we'll be ready for trial. So yeah, realistically, I think we're going to be looking at the first part of next year, sometime in first quarter.
Okay, so winter time, somewhere in there. I know you both have been preparing for a long time. We've talked a lot about the case. Frank, I wanted to turn to you about the bond. We saw you in court making those arguments. We know now the bond hearing coming up sooner than any trial, November 4th. We have a clip from what the prosecuting attorney, Sean Abuhoff, had to say. I might be mispronouncing that name. Had to say about your client possibly getting bond. Let's take a listen.
So Judge, that's the hard part about this, is that there's not much that's new within this. There are,
She get bond.
they're asking for reconsideration
I
based
know her
off of
parents.
the amount of time and the litigation that took place really over the last 18 months. It doesn't change the risk of flight, the dangerousness. It doesn't, I honestly don't believe that there's any form of evidentiary hearing that would be necessary. And it's one of those that certainly if Your Honor believes I should respond, I'm happy to. But it just, I don't believe there are grounds in this.
I never wanted to throw Judge Porter out the window
warrant
more.
the defendant's release.
Kick it in.
This is what to do if your dog hates nail trim. So you want to trim your dog's nails without the whole production. The trembling, the whale eye panic, that look like you're about to do something horrible to them, even though you haven't touched their paw yet. All right, grab these two things and toss them. First, clippers. Here's something most people don't realize. Clippers.
To warrant the defendant's release.
All right, Counselor Prieto, what's your response to that, please?
November the 4th.
Julie, thanks for having us again. But so the prosecutor, he raises a fair
Was
point.
this about next year?
He's indicating that, saying that, hey, look, Judge, there's nothing new here. There's no new evidence, and so that the court should deny it. And Judge Wilson is going to consider his argument. She indicated she's not sitting in an appellate capacity to overturn Judge Cruz's decision, but we did raise new issues, and one of the issues, it's connected to our motion to dismiss. We found out in a collateral proceeding that a witness, the first person to enter Miss Clenny's apartment, was videotaping on his phone and taking pictures.
And we know why.
And after the
they
police
always
were
fight.
interviewing him, they instructed him to delete all his videos and all the photos, which was the pristine alleged crime scene.
What?
So this is new evidence that I think the court needs to consider, that this would have been helpful for the defense. It raises issues of the preservation of the crime scene. And I think that it's something the judge should consider, along with the previous misconduct on the part of the government, to say, hey, look, there is new evidence here. I can reconsider bond. And hopefully Courtney will be out while we prepare for her trial.
Whoa. Okay, Frank, we want to back the truck up with you. Back the truck. I am horrified.
Oh, wow. I almost sat down on that
question.
one. You say what now?
Whatever was deleted.
So they trying to use that to help her?
According to that civilian witness, he deleted everything at the direction of the police, and then that was approximately, and then he changed his phone. Look, the government should have been aware of this, because the video that they turned over,
Man, what was it that he
the
deleted?
government turned over to us,
He came
from
in
the
after the
elevator,
fact.
shows this individual on his phone clearly filming. The government should have, they were in a better position when they, they had this before they even filed the case. They should have preserved it. They should have interviewed this gentleman. They should have served,
I don't care. Nobody say.
whatnot on his phone. And it turns out he was never even interviewed by the state attorneys in this case. In fact, the lead detective never interviewed this guy. It was apparently a patrol officer who stood over him, according to his testimony, and made him delete all the video and audio. Now, what was on there, we don't know. Obviously, the camera wasn't there when the event took place.
He
when
did.
Miss Clinton was defending herself, but this is what we call a young
He
one.
came in afterwards. It was a crime scene. That's why he made him delete it. They just trying to use that to get her ass up on.
Violation, destruction of evidence, and that's the basis for the motion to dismiss, which ties into our reason to ask for another bond.
Wow. I mean, I can't say I'm surprised. I mean, these things unfortunately happen. Good on both of you discovering that and being able to raise it as a viable issue for your client. And I would think, and I'm certainly not trying to speak for anybody or put words in anyone's mouth, but I would think the Albumselli family would probably be disgusted as well, because if there was something, like you said, Frank, you don't know what's on there that they may want to see. Obviously they're very upset and coming from a different perspective than you both are. Your advocates.
They didn't find that.
I can't believe a police officer would tell a witness to get rid of potential evidence. Can you share with me, was this a neighbor? Can you give us a little bit of idea of who this gentleman was?
No, they're not. They're not going to say too much.
Yeah, Julie. Yeah, and listen, it is shocking. It's completely shocking to hear that whether it's a patrol officer or a detective, they're destroying evidence, right? It's crazy. This case has taken a turn for someone.
She said, who is he?
There are so many issues that have come up in this case. You're well aware of the misconduct, the reading of our attorney-client privileged communications. It's absolutely crazy. It's bizarre, and it's a sad statement of how the justice system can work sometimes. But this gentleman was one of the employees of the condominium.
Oh, wow.
So he was there first with the security guard filming.
Man, shut your ass up. Next video.
Revealed it.
He did all that, and then he's sweating in police. Oh, shut up.
No fizz.
You know that's not evidence that was
flat out refreshing. Celsius. Live fit, go.
Forcing the commercial. Okay, thank you.
So January 20th, I would like for us to reconvene for status. And then officially, it will be a 4/16, 4/27 sounding in trial. I think that's pretty much all we can accommodate at this point.
All right, 4/27, that is April 27th, obviously. The judge setting the court date, the trial date for Courtney Clenny. Key rulings on Thursday's hearing, though, could tip the scales for her defense. Clenny appeared in court for two pressing issues, basically. Her attorneys were hoping to dismiss some privileged material that they believed that was related to the investigation. They don't want it coming into the trial. And a request for bond. Both were addressed by the judge, Judge Wolfson, before setting that trial date. Take a listen.
First and foremost, as to the defendant's motion to dismiss information based on repeated government misconduct and for destruction of evidence pursuant to Brady and Youngblood, the court is respectfully denying that without an evidentiary hearing. As far as the defendant's second amended motion for reconsideration of bond, the court does not believe there has been a subsequent event or new information that would materially alter the privileges of Judge Cruz pursuant to 907-0415K and for criminal procedure 3.132M, and that motion is also respectfully denied.
I'm surprised she getting a trial.
All right, so Courtney Clenny lost to both of those motions, and she'll be in jail for the holidays. But her trial's coming up, so let's get down to business here. Frank Prieto is with us, Courtney Clenny's attorney. Your reaction to the judge's rulings yesterday. Lost to both. Are you expecting that? What's your take?
Good morning. Like you said on the outset, the good news is we have a trial date certain. The bad news is we did.
You do a lot of talking.
We've come to that point of the week where it's time to talk.
I mean, honestly, let me see what he's about to say.
So January 20th, I would like for us to reconvene.
Let me see what he's about to say.
Material that they believed that was related to the investigation. They don't want coming into the trial. And a request for bond. Both were addressed by the judge, Judge Wolfson, before setting that trial date. Take a listen.
First and foremost, as to the defendant's motion to dismiss information based on repeated government misconduct and for destruction of evidence pursuant to Brady and Youngblood,
The court is respectfully denying that without an evidentiary hearing. As far as the defendant's second amended motion for reconsideration of bond, the court does not believe there has been a subsequent event or new information that would materially alter the prior rulings of Judge Cruz pursuant to 907-0415K and for Rule Criminal Procedure 3.132M, and that motion is also respectfully denied.
If you're a dad watching this and you don't have life insurance, we need to have an honest conversation here real quick. I get it. You think you're invincible. You think it won't happen to you. But here's the brutal truth. Your family's financial security shouldn't depend on you staying alive forever. Smart dads are making moves right now. I purchased life insurance through Ethos because the process was actually simple. No medical exams, no complicated paperwork, no sitting in some stuffy office. Everything is 100% online, and it helps protect the people who we love the most. We're talking $700,000 in coverage for $39 a month. Don't be the dad without a backup plan. Your family deserves better than hope. Stop procrastinating on this.
If you're getting ready to go on Medicare, here are 5 mistakes that you want to avoid. And trust me, you do not want to miss mistake number 5. Mistake number 1 is missing a very critical enrollment.
And that motion is also respectfully denied.
All right, so Courtney Clancy lost to both of those motions, and she'll be in jail for the holidays. But her trial's coming up. Let's get down to business here. Frank Prieto is with us, Courtney Clancy's attorney. Your reaction to the judge's rulings yesterday. Lost to both. Are you expecting that? What's your take?
Good morning, Ted. Like you said in the outset, the good news is we have a trial date certain. The bad news is we did not prevail on either of the motions. It's expected. A lot of times defense lawyers need to file motions to preserve the record on appeal if the client were to be convicted. We don't believe that's going to happen. We believe we'll show that Courtney acted in self-defense to save her life. But we have to file motions on the defense side to preserve the record. But just to clarify, one of the motions to dismiss was not based on the privileged material.
To be honest, they have an advantage. The way they didn't want to investigate all the evidence they let go, all the evidence they suppressed, all the biasness they've shown towards her, that does give her a great opportunity to come up with a narrative of self-defense. And
this person's sworn testimony in the civil case told him to delete everything. In fact, stood over him and made him delete all these photographs which would have shown the pristine crime scene. So that was the basis of the motion to dismiss.
Okay, he needs to stop talking about
obviously the prior misconduct of the government, reading our privileged emails and texts. So, but again, we did not expect to prevail on that. The motion was difficult. The motion for bond, difficult to prevail on because the prior judge's ruling. So Judge Wolfson gave us a great hearing and was very thoughtful about taking the evidence. But we did not prevail. Very difficult situation to get a bond at this point.
Will you be able to present that at trial, the story of the police officer allegedly telling the employee to delete everything at the crime scene?
Probably not.
We should be. That may be a discretionary call on the part of Judge Wolfson. We will be asking the court to basically instruct the jury after we elicit that testimony.
You can't do that.
The judge
They're not gonna allow that.
At the preliminary instructions, we're going to ask for an instruction that says we're entitled to a negative inference from that, meaning that the evidence could have been potentially useful to us and instruct the jury as such that they can make a negative inference from the destruction of that evidence.
The videos that are out there that show your client, Mr. Obumseli, quarreling, fighting. Sometimes it's physical. Sometimes it's just, yelling, all of that.
Her hitting him?
Will the jury see all of that? Or are you trying to restrict some of it? What are the what's the defense strategy in terms of what you want the jury to see and what you don't?
Right. Well, the videos, the media and actually the state attorney's office at their initial press conference, right, the infamous elevator video is actually helpful to us. What people don't see is that I know you have the elevator video coming up.
What up? Yeah.
Prior to this, when Miss Clenny gets on the elevator by herself and goes down to the lobby, because this is when she got back on the elevator from the lobby to go upstairs.
Hold on, let me rewind this.
When she moves out
she
of the elevator, you see there's a puddle of blood. She was injured when she got onto that elevator.
Sure.
Which is why
she injured herself, probably.
All of that? Are you
crazy
trying to
like
restrict
that.
some of it? What are the what's the defense strategy in terms of what you want the jury to see and what you don't?
Right. Well, the videos, the media and actually the state attorney's office at their initial press conference, right, the infamous elevator video is actually helpful to us. What people don't see is that I know you have the elevator video coming up.
What up? Yeah.
Prior to this, when Miss Clenny gets on the elevator by herself and goes down to the lobby, because this is when she got back on the elevator from the lobby to go upstairs, she's actually, when she moves out of the elevator, you see there's a puddle of blood. She was injured when she got onto that elevator, which is why she was so adamant to not have him go back up, because he had the only key fob. And with that key fob, he has direct access to his apartment, and she had actually gone down to call the police. So when we show the actual beginning of this video, not just the snippet where she gets back on in the lobby, the jury's going to understand she was
He sound like he trying to help her, take up for her, make excuses for her, shit like that. Because, bro, I don't care. You can't explain that away. If she, what he said, man, listen, she injured. She wanted to stop him from going up. She called the police. Okay, he going to the apartment. I don't care if he going to the river to drown. Wherever he go, it's the police job to catch him, not me. If I'm injured, he hurt me. How am I beating all upside his head and following him around? No defense. He sounds stupid. No court of law, no judge, no police officer gonna go with that legally. They're gonna say you get away from them. You're supposed to get yourself to safety. It's not your job to do anything after that. You call the police and then it is what it is. You're not gonna make no excuses for this shit. Then you're gonna turn around and say turn around and we see that she killed him, and then the same way you try to excuse the elevator scene, you're gonna try to excuse the crime scene. Same manner. They got the same argument. You can't tell me nothing different, and it don't work. It don't work. She bleeding. She injured. She look a wild Benji every time you see her on tape with him. She injured herself. You act wild, you gonna get hurt. She cut herself. She did something. I don't know how she bleeding, but it looked like she the violent one. They ain't showing one video of him acting like that. It's always her. No. There's no defending her. There's no defending this. It's already bad enough that they went in there, found this dude bloody on the ground, put him in handcuffs, and try to help her. And then wasn't gonna, and found out she stabbed him up. Oh, I had to. Okay, cool. We're gonna take him on down to the morgue and you have a nice life. Parents had to get attorneys to get charges. Like, come on, it's some bullshit. And then he interviewing the lawyers. So who does this before even a trial? Even the lawyer sit up there and just bring your damn mouth. Okay, boy, but guess what? There ain't nobody buying it. We ain't the jury anyway. But that's some bullshit. That's some bull. You're not gonna sit up here and tell me you could just hit on somebody like that, and you gonna explain it because she was injured. Okay, cool. She was injured. What that mean? You trying to say he did it? No, because he didn't. She called the police. He got the only key to the apartment. She know he going to the apartment. Let me rewind that shit again. Boy, you got me heated. What the hell that bullshit? Look at his dumb ass face. Why he saying that dumb ass shit? Look at his face. Like, bro, go sit your ass down somewhere.
This elevator video is actually helpful to us. What people don't see is that I know you have the elevator video coming up.
See what up?
Prior to this, when Miss Clenny gets on the elevator by herself and goes down to the lobby, because this is when she got back on the elevator from the lobby to go upstairs, she's actually, when she moves out of the elevator, you see there's a puddle of blood. She was injured when she got onto that elevator, which is why she was so adamant to not have him go back up, because he had the only key fob. And with that key fob, he has direct access to his apartment, and she had actually gone down to call the police. So when we show the actual beginning of this video, not just the snippet when she gets back on in the lobby, the jury's going to understand she was injured, went downstairs to get help, and then decided not to call the police when he showed up in the lobby. So there's a lot of backstory that the jury's going to hear that is not out there. And those recordings that have been played as well, those are 100% inadmissible. And in fact, Judge Cruz should not have even listened to those. The surreptitious recordings. I think that Julie Grant had also asked about this many moons ago. They're inadmissible. Florida's a two-party state. You cannot surreptitiously record anybody. It is per se not admissible evidence. So that will be thrown out.
Will Courtney have to take the stand? If this is a self-defense case, 9 times out of 10, your defendant is up there telling the jury their fear and their story. Is there any other way to get that across to the jury without her?
There is, if her statement to the police is deemed admissible, there's going to be argument about that. The state has taken the position that it's self-serving hearsay, which would not be admissible, versus a quote-unquote confession, which isn't.
Okay. I think it's good that the defense wants to use this video, because we need for them not to be arguing against showing any of these videos. But if Mr. Bright Guy here thinks that this video will be in her favor, okay, sure. Show it to the jury. Tell them your crackpot theory you just said. I don't care what you tell them. Okay? All right? Tell them about the first time you rode your bike. I don't care what you tell them. Just let them see the video. At least whenever. But, you know, multiple would be great. I'm pretty sure witnesses are going to come forward and testify as well. So it's going to be all in alignment with what is being shown here in this video. Surprisingly, that's what came up in this case. You know, several violent situations. They was all over the place. Clearly. Parking lot, you know. This girl. I mean, I have no... We can't even say nothing about him because we didn't see him doing this. We saw her doing this. And look, here's another video that I didn't see. Holy smokes. Holy smokes.
Now to the Courtney Kenny case. Now, Clenny case, which is out of Miami. There's no video of an alleged attack on victim Christian Abu Seli.
Crazy
The video was
psychopath.
shot in Aspen, Colorado in 2022 and was released by the Haggard law firm, which represents the Abu Seli family. Now, this attack happened just before Abu Seli was stabbed to death on April 3rd, 2022. And we want to warn you, it can be difficult to watch.
Anyway, you know, like, I sober for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And then why am I not sober like you?
Did this heifer say she was sober for 2 weeks and now she's not sober for 2 weeks because of him? Or am I tripping? It could be me. Could be me. Let me let's run that again, homegirl. You say what? Because of him? Sure. We're buying that. Yep, makes sense.
Now to the Courtney Kenny case. Now, Clenny case, which is out of Miami. There's no video of an alleged attack on victim Christian Abu Seli. The video was shot in Aspen, Colorado in 2022 and was released by the Haggard law firm, which represents the Abu Seli family. Now, this attack happened just before Abu Seli was stabbed to death on April 3rd, 2022. And we want to warn you, it can be a bit difficult to watch.
Anyway, You know, like I was sober for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And now why am I not sober? Because I feel. Like, you're hindering my progress. Let go of me. Let go of me. Let go of me. Okay. Come on, boy. Let go of me. Like, I can't even, like, I was starting to do it. Christian, he saw me, and I know he's looking. I'm fed up with you. I'm fed up. I'm fed up that you treat me. Oh, yes, I'm not mad at you. You let him alone. I say some line that affected you. I didn't let her say anything. I didn't say did. Hey, let's go to Mom right now. Let's talk to her. No, she's in the group chat. Let's put her on the phone right now. You dare me? You say you do it? Yeah, just stop saying anything. Just stop saying anything. Just stop saying anything. Ask her if I touch her breast yesterday. Instigative years. No,
What the hell?
I touched her breast yesterday. When I... You did. I didn't say touch it. You said I did. You were leaning. Yo, you're dumb as... Actually, don't you. Actually, I'm done. Okay. Can you send him home? Yeah. Actually, I'm done. Okay, bye. Done. You're costing me money. I didn't do... Like, I was just... I was because of you. Let Mom say some line out. No, because of you. Flirting like 3 girls the whole time. What 3 girls? You? Well, I think that doesn't matter.
Every time she say something, she hit him. Push him or go upside his head. What's wrong? This is crazy. All these videos are like this. Damn, bro. Let's see what they saying in the comments. This is wild. They arguing over some shit she probably made her head. Boy, you should have got a job. See? Trying to mooch off this girl. Because she got money and... They both attacked each other. It's not one-sided. They both failed to break the cycle. Well, where, nigga? Show me one video. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Show me one video. I don't give a fuck about none of that other shit that she's supposed to be hitting him about. Some shit. He touched her breast. She probably... Drugs probably told her that. I don't know. But whatever he did, he wasn't hitting on her. He not even talking mean to her. He not even yelling at her and she hitting on him. She said him away. Him, okay. Then she slaps him like, where you think you going? What? I'm calling cap. He wasn't abusing her. He would have slapped her on this video. Bro was calm and showed plenty of restraint and still ended up dead. That's wild. Because he should have left alone. You don't just let people keep hitting on you like that, bro. What the fuck? You don't stay down. No. That's crazy as hell. Like, he was an idiot.
And she said, hey, go get your mans.
Where's the love at? There ain't no love here.
You're fired.
Shit.
Shut up.
Ah, this is why she killed him. So this is before it happened, and they showing this, and they showing this. That's why she killed him. Did y'all hear what he said? Because before he wasn't talking like that. He said, "You'll never gonna see me again." He was like, "You the most something I've been in my life. Get the fuck out of here!" While she chasing him and grabbing him. Damn, son. So this is all. So he said he was gonna leave her. Man, the drama just be so like, what? How can anybody go through this? My God.
You're saying my boyfriend, get the out of here. I can actually get the out if you're not here. Get the out of here.
Huh?
Get out. No, that's not even the next time. Get the out. Get out. Good thing to get out, bitch. Get out. You never love me. The way you talk, the way you treat the girls, the way you embarrass me. I don't want anything to do with you.
You're really just so malicious. You always talk about Christian like this. I said, what did I tell you before? You're the baddest person in this bitch. No one has anything on you. I tell you this every day. You even out of text messages that you say, Christian, thank you for the content.
Shut up, man. You don't.
Oh, the radio went out. I see percolating back there. Damn. This good. Conversation is deep. So she done went got high and came back tripping. And she see if they would have did their job, they would have tested her, everything. This bitch was high. Women can't hit men, but if a man does it back, you mean can. I know, but how can you hit somebody 10,000 times in a conversation and then the next thing you know, y'all hugged up? I mean, the first time, it's like, how can you even look at that person? That's like in that way again, romantically.
You're really just dumbass. You always talk about, oh, Christian, you like this. I say, what did I tell you before? You're the baddest person in this bitch. No one has anything on you. I tell you this every day. I have text messages that you say, Christian, thank you for the content. Shut up! But you don't do it the next day! Why are you screaming? There's people in this house. Get out, get out, get out, for real. I never want to see you again.
So difficult to watch those young people struggle. Clinty is being held.
Then you don't do it the next day. That's how guys be, right? Like, oh, you did that shit. Then you don't do it again. Different species. Good for nobody saying. Those are different, you know? She said, then you don't do it the next day. Damn, you out here all up your asshole every single day? Who wants that? The fuck, she tripping. Okay.
Without bond on a second-degree murder charge, the only fan
I gotta get back up on that note. I'm not.
Because Clinty was a victim of domestic violence. Prosecutors claim Clinty was the abuser. The pair had a long history of domestic abuse. Clinty will be back in court tomorrow for a status hearing. Clinty's defense team issued this statement about this new video. And remember, this was released by the attorneys for the Abumseli family. This video is an example of the toxic relationship between Abumseli and Courtney Clinty. Evidence exists that Abumseli physically abused Courtney on prior occasions, and on April 3rd, 2022, Courtney was forced to defend herself from Abumseli's physical attack.
I'm sorry, do we have another video or something?
$150 the same day I
I didn't
requested.
get requested for
Download
video.
Grand Cash Advance from the App Store today.
To this fucking lady right here, if I see you, I'm gonna give you the biggest hug ever. Listen to what she just said.
Are you not hungry for breakfast? That's parasites.
Courtney was forced to defend herself from Abumseli's physical attack. All right, the defense there trying to turn it around. Here to discuss our two criminal defense attorneys, Marie Peretta and Marsha Minot. Marsha, I'm going to start with you, and I just want to get your reaction to that video. Again, I just find it so hard to watch. I mean, you see two young people, particularly Courtney seems to have some self-esteem issues. This sort of same issues seem to be coming up in many of the videos and tapes that we've seen of them. Your thoughts?
I think this is a toxic relationship where it's disheartening to watch because it seems as if no one around this couple did anything to intervene to try to get some help because it is a train wreck that is waiting to happen. It sounds as if there are other individuals that were in the room or in the facility where they were having this argument. And it sounds as if there's a self-esteem issue going on with her. She is physically assaulting him, and you can see that. I think there are times where he was trying to hold her to control her, calm down. But it sounds as if he was defending his allegations to not be true. And for other individuals, even the person who I saw in some of this video footage to not have done it, not have seen this escalating to a place where somebody was going to get hurt.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens, don't it? And listen, this is, first of all, why would anybody want to be in a domestic violent relationship, right? That's not even normal. That doesn't sound appealing at all. Doesn't look appealing, none of that. No one desires that. Secondly, it's violence, anger, lack of self-control, all of these things. It's only going to lead to someone getting hurt or deleted. Who would just... This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm not even gonna say what I was gonna say because plenty of people stay far too long. It only ends up like this. There's nowhere else for you to go with this. That's positive. Somebody gonna get hurt. It's not cool to be bashing out on people. The way this girl keep talking and hitting, and she doing this everywhere, all in the elevator and everything. And he actually gets turned on by her to where he can get hard and put his thing in her. To me, that doesn't make any damn sense. And if you hitting on him like that, you don't even respect him. You're still attracted to him later on? That don't make no sense. But somebody says she a junkie. That would make sense. Oh, somebody says who's sitting in the chair filming them. This camera was moving with them, so I think somebody is filming them. But they're not even paying that person no attention. So was it, or she an OnlyFans model? Was it a moving camera or something? Because I don't know. I'm about like Blueface. Now this bitch ringing from my mouth itch. God. This shit is draining just to be watching. Like, how do you keep hitting on somebody like that?
I can tell you this, Marie, Christian Abumseli seems to show restraint on a number of the videos that
That
we've
poor
seen.
man, rest in peace, seems like he loved her. Toxic femininity.
Basically, that the videos, it's a clear example of how the myths around men as victims of domestic violence can be dangerous. Security knew of the violence.
This dude said security knew. Everybody knew, clearly. Said glad he liked her money. He used her. He played her player. Poor racist. You know, had Christian lived, he would have been in jail. This woman is out of control. Yeah, she would have ruined his life. Yeah. I don't even see.
They could have prevented the stabbing. This was the stabbing that resulted in his death. Again, this video from Aspen, Colorado.
I just can't because
that incident. What do you make of it?
All this stuff, and she almost got away. First of all, secondly, I don't know why my head itching all of a sudden. Probably because I'm watching this shit and it's like disturbing as hell. Oh, she keep hitting on this dude.
And it's painful to watch. And yes, it may come in if her defense is self-defense and if she's saying she was afraid of him. So these videos are clearly going to show
something to practice on, because it's not.
When you were willingly attacking him and he really wasn't doing anything but holding
I can't. Yeah, it's like, why are you hitting this dude? Every time she saying words, she dive in like.
The stock market that started history's greatest wave of wealth.
He should stay, but
factory workers in Detroit,
that don't mean you just hit
farmers
people.
in Omaha.
I think my eyelash falling out.
Could own a piece of the great American companies.
That's what it feels like.
But today, our most
So let me fix that. When they keep talking about her and her shenanigans.
Until now.
How did I have this?
BCX, the public ticker for private tech.
Setting up pretty good. But, yeah, the whole thing coming.
Hey guys, Spence and Gabby here at Core 4x4. We are going to be working on this WJ Jeep Grand Cherokee today. We will be putting our Crawler Series adjustable rear upper A-arm on it. So this part is great for recentering your axle and getting your pinion angle down in when you are lifted. It can also be a good stock replacement.
It's an older Jeep. It leaks a lot of fluids. It wouldn't be a Jeep if it didn't leak any fluids. So we're going to get our hands dirty today, but this piece is going to...
I need to listen to some music at this point. Cause girl, why you doing all of that? See, my shit ain't starting up like it should. Come on, baby. You gonna act like the rest of them. Come on. Don't let them outdo you. They over there working just fine.
Anything but holding you back when clearly the size difference is evident and he could have hurt you. That is what's happening here. But I think with her, it's jealousy and control, and domestic violence goes both ways. A little tiny girl could murder a big grown man, as evident here. But I want to say his attorneys need to stop leaking these tapes.
Why did they turn her off or no? We connected. I was about to say. Alright. Go ahead and beep so I can tap. Give it a cycle.
The actual death and the stabbing happened, and you can tell by their statement they're sort of setting that up, that folks were aware of it and didn't do anything. Security there knew of it, again, because of this issue with male domestic violence and being victims of domestic violence. But your thoughts on why they would release this tape, and is it problematic for them?
I think the reason that they're releasing this tape is because we have a racial component, which is the pink elephant in the room. You have a young white female who killed a young black male. And when you say the word self-defense, the first thing that comes into mind is the woman is defending herself because she is the weaker sex. So I can see the motivation of the family to say, you are tainting this jury pool by calling her a victim, by saying she was defending herself, and by defense counsel constantly alleging that he's been a domestic abuser. So it's a battle of the public opinion, and that's why I think the motive behind them releasing these videos is what's happening.
Yeah, and basically her story that she told police, Sally grabbed her by the throat, threw her to the ground, she got away somehow, grabbed a knife, threw that knife at him, and that's how he ended up with the knife inside. Doesn't match up with the forensics, so there's problems there as well. This one is going to be interesting. All right, ladies, stand by. Folks, coming up tomorrow morning on Opening Statements with Julie Grant, one of Clinty's defense attorneys will be on the show to discuss the case.
Yeah.
And this
You call
video
up and hear somebody
right here on Court TV starting at about 8 a.m. Eastern
like
tomorrow, so please tune in for that.
Multiple times. You would do all that other shit too.
No response. If you leave it on for too long, it will get. Let me show you how simple it is to get rid of it. We washed the car, we cleaned the car, but we're still stuck with hard on water.
I'm not being around you.
Few easy steps. Even though we already prepped the surface, the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get some speed wipe.
Girl,
we're gonna
boy,
wipe off
dog,
the surface
cat.
just in case the car picks up any light debris to prevent any scratches and swirls.
No.
And as I'm wiping on the car, I'm gonna do it in linear motions, just so
It's
that I'm
not
not
ever,
creating any
that should
more
never be
scratches and swirls.
excused as a healthy, rational thing to do.
From the beginning, and that he was not treating her.
I did it. I'll just keep. Because the curtains is taking up all the space. They're closed.
I have it's all perfect my own eyes.
Boy, shut up. We saw your daughter. That's why I say this right here.
Are many things that father.
When he say that to my old boy was.
Very deeply should never have to put up with. That's the father of Courtney.
She don't even have blonde hair sitting in court. She don't look the same.
She's been charged with murdering her boyfriend Christian Obumseli. Now, Courtney Clinty made millions of dollars on OnlyFans. These are the Instagram. These are the mild photos from Instagram, right? The real ones where she's making money. Those were on OnlyFans. So trust me, she's not wearing that much in those pictures. But her and her boyfriend, Christian Obumseli, they both enjoyed the money. Courtney, that's the father of Courtney Clinty. She's been charged with murdering her boyfriend Christian Obumseli. Now, Courtney Clinty made millions of dollars on OnlyFans. These are the Instagram. These are the mild photos from Instagram, right? The real ones where she's making money, those were on OnlyFans, and trust me, she's not wearing that much in those pictures. But her and her boyfriend, Christian Obumseli, they both enjoyed the money. They seemed to party a lot, but it was also a very toxic relationship. But Courtney Clinty is the one accused of murdering Christian Obumseli. I mean, there was a knife.
She don't look like that in court.
Stuck a knife in him and he died. She's claiming self-defense. She's
Ooh,
claiming she's a victim of his abuse. But so far, we've seen videos and heard recordings, and she should have stayed on OnlyFans. And the ones I've heard, at least, there may be more that we haven't heard.
Good God Almighty, goddamn! This ain't the same girl.
Her mother and father are also. And they've been charged with unauthorized use of a computer. They were on a group message with her attorney, who I think was representing them also at the same time. And there's a laptop that was not, that I think the Clennys are saying it was a shared laptop between Christian and Courtney, and the prosecution is saying, no, you went into the victim's computer and has charged now the whole family on that on separate charges. Take a listen to the detective here being cross-examined.
The crime charged here is unauthorized access to a computer, is that right? Yes. Did you ever meet Christian on his cell? No. Did you ever meet Miss Courtney Clenny? No. Do you have any way of concretely saying she was not authorized to use that laptop? No. And a laptop you used by multiple people?
Attorney. Why
Do you have any
did
evidence that Mr. Holmesell prohibited Miss Courtney Clenny from using that computer? And the argument in page 5 of defense's A, at least that because the messages discuss the commission of a crime cannot be protected by attorney-client privilege. Is that right? Yes. And safe to say we disagree on whether the crime occurred.
There's a lot of pretrial work being done here, so no trial date's been set yet, but we're continuing to track every development in this case. Let's bring back in our think tank, Bernarda Villalona, Paulette Lofton, and of course, Ben Chu. Bernarda, do you think it was fair for prosecutors to go after the parents?
Ooh, Benny, quite honestly, I mean, I think they're trying to apply pressure on the parents. That's why they went after the parents. Not to say that the parents are going to testify against their own daughter. I find that highly unlikely, but they're definitely sending a message out to the community, to the public, that any type of interference in any law enforcement investigation won't be tolerated.
And Paulette, what happened here, though, is they were in communication with the attorney and getting like instructions on what to do and get into the computer and how we're going to handle what we get in the computer for chain of custody, everything else. It was really a strange set of facts here.
Absolutely. It really muddies the water for defense. Anytime messages are released that should be or may be covered by attorney-client privilege, that's definitely worrisome for defense. So that I think that's really going to affect the outcome of this trial.
Now, Ben Chu, the big case here is the murder case. She's claiming self-defense. We've watched videos and recordings that have become public documents and public recordings that have been part of hearings, pretrial hearings in this case. And I haven't yet seen or heard one where he's the aggressor. I think for them to have any chance here, they need to produce some evidence on video, on audio, somehow, where he is the one going after her. Because every time I see these things, she's going after him.
Vinny, I completely agree with you. In the Depp trial, one of the most powerful evidence for our side were the videos and the audios, and they showed a similar pattern that the violence was certainly not on his side.
Yeah, I compare this couple to Amber and Johnny. Obviously, they're not super celebrities, but they have access to money, but they're just so toxic together. And Bernarda, to me, that's the tragedy here, that they just couldn't walk away from one another and just continue to live their lives separately and just move on. It didn't happen. It was part of, I think it was fueled by some substance abuse by both of them. But at the end of the day, what do you think the jury is going to be most interested in hearing or seeing? The videos or testimony from the defendant describing what she said was the abuse that she was taking?
They're going to have to hear testimony from the defendant. The defendant wants to bring forth that defense that she was justified in her actions. They have to hear it from her mouth. I hope that the jury doesn't get caught up in that, oh no, she's a female. A female is not going to attack the male, because look at these videos. It's very clear that she's the one that was attacking the victim in this case, as opposed to the other way around. But in the end, they're going to have to hear from her and try to find her testimony credible and believable, and I just don't see it, especially since the way that she describes how the knife ended up in his body is contrary to the medical evidence that's going to be provided at trial.
Well, there's a lot of precedents for that. We saw that, Ben. Amber versus
really
Johnny.
possible.
The world believed and the jury believed that Amber was the aggressor in that relationship. So maybe we're in a space now where a jury can look at it. But anyway, no trial date yet, but we are still on top of it.
Who's Grant and why does he keep sending Stephanie money?
Brian, it's an app called Grant Cash Advance, and it lets you request $25 to $500 fast.
I mean, yeah, Grant Cash Advance is my favorite app. There's no credit checks, no late fees, and deliveries are so fast.
And you can earn extra cash by playing games and taking surveys to earn points, which you can redeem for cash. Just download the
Little
app.
boy mama trying to say,
Stephanie has been accessing her paycheck early
oh
all
boy
season.
dropped the gun and it fell and the bullet hit my niece in the head.
Behind my back?
I mean, yeah, Grant Cash Advance is my favorite app. There's no credit checks, no late fees, and deliveries are so fast.
And you can earn extra cash by playing games and taking surveys to earn points, which you can redeem for cash. Just download the app and get started in minutes.
This is crazy, man. This is really crazy. They got a sorry attorney. He clearly crooked, but I mean,
She's 27. Enjoy discomfort. I'm 31. She's 26. We were all too young, according to our doctors. Then we learned about thirsty joints from Dr. Sadie. All walking normal now.
My doctor laughed when I asked about my knees.
so
Four
this is
different doctors. All said, you're too young.
because I'm finna be done with this kid.
Lose weight.
So let me show my football kid thing right quick. So yeah, I keep sitting up on the grass and do it. Okay, so I'm show y'all. So it comes in a bag, and so here's the ladder. Here's the ladder. Y'all know what a ladder is. Dang. You know what a ladder is? See how I'm just unwrapping all this anyway? It's being weird anyway. So here's the ladder. You know what you do. You can do a ladder. Right? You spread it out. That's why it's so long. You spread it out. And it's the same ladder that you can, do your, I don't know the words. I'm tired. But you know what I mean. Your drills, do your drills, your in and outs, and all that. Okay? Alright. So there's that. Right? Let's wind this back ahead. Everything fits nicely in the carry bag. Okay. I had this since I've been on the football team. Jump rope. Clearly I never used it. Will I? Then you got like little drills and stuff that come in the paperwork. Show you what to do. Or you can just use videos, which that's what I like to do. Then you got the cones. Yeah, And that's it. You got steaks to put in. No, you're not. It's really simple. Get your, this what Blueface should have been doing before he went for old boy. Cock-a-doodle-doo. Cock-a-doodle-doo, my nigga. So, this is an outside thing, not an inside thing. So I just keep this right on in the truck. But also got my weights. I owe it to my booty to use this before because I was just about to quit. Cause really, I should be headed back to Atlanta. Jeez Louise, I can't even look it up. I do have my bands with me too. I will have one band. But man, dang. I feel exhausted. I feel like I gotta stop eating. Cause I feel like I gained 3,000 pounds. That's how I feel. Just like I'm carrying 3 people trying to. So, this 10-pounder on. And as I said, I gotta crochet a rug. I have a rug, but it's not big enough. Because if I get a bigger rug, then I can put my rug down. And it's got center space right there. I would have to do this on the bed, which is hard to do standing up only, but while I do my kick-ups, see, I had to do something tonight because it has been a while. Hey, Justin, I don't know who this person is talking about. I'm wearing a bra. Okay, anywho, I don't know. I forget what I was saying. Forget it. That shit feels so heavy. Yeah, I had to do something today because my ass have not been working out. And I've been eating too now, hell. So, see, I'm even working this style a little bit by doing it like this, mimicking my little machine, but it's good for the knee. I'm telling you, when you sit for hours and hours on end, small movements help any movements, but you gotta work out every single day. You got to. Now, if I have my GoPro on, or if I get my coins stacked up real nice, let me try to fix these because I just put them away. So where I can get some of those metas, y'all. That way y'all won't see. Nobody won't see that I'm filming. Cause when I'm walking around this damn truck stop today, that really should have made me not eat nothing. Every dude is obese, and they look like they going through it just to walk, you know. Well, I'm gonna say 98%, you know. And it's not to talk about obese people. That's not. I'm talking about we know where this comes from quickly. Driving trucks and eating that crap. And you know, come on, think about it. You sit You sit for, we can drive up to 11 hours a day. And most of your trips, like I came here, right? So just to put an example, how you don't get to stop and go play with the doggy and look at the birds and all that. No, 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 no. You gotta get there so you can make your appointment on time. First of all, you can't be late, and I can't be late because I can't wait. Then I lose my salary, right? But you have to get here because I came here from Atlanta on a 7 o'clock appointment. It was 6:50 something when I pulled up on the scene with my ceiling missing. My ceiling was missing because GPS, GPS. You know, I was at the right building, but I was on the wrong side of the building. And then the dude gonna be like, dispatcher, I don't know why all the drivers go there. No, what he say, GPS is correct, but I don't know, for some reason all the drivers turn right there. Let's see, how should I say this? Like, what I want to say versus what I actually said? What you mean for some reason, office guy? You ever think to ask why? And I already told him why. And the same thing happened to me. And it's even worse because he said, go all the way around. He said, you going to want to turn. I don't know what he said, but he said, no, you go all the way around. And then it's going to hang on your left. I did just that. And when you look, can I go any further? No. It looked like you can't even fit down there. And like you go down there, you're going to be on some, old town roads type shit stuck. And Jeepers Creepers coming out of there. That's what it looked like. But I should have known that because it looked like that. Oh, that's my spot. That's what I should have known. Got up in the place, had a feeling it wasn't right. So I went ahead and slid without touching nobody's cars all the way. So I can get my trailer all the way as much as I can on this side. So I can use that space to turn around. And here come the dudes. I'm like, this what I'm looking for. Nobody knew where it was. And really, it was in the same building on the other side. Nobody knew where it was, but everybody just standing there smiling. I'm like, okay, guys. It's like they never even heard of it. I'm like, okay. All right. So I call, and lo and behold, who answers? I ain't gonna say his name. Starts with a J, though. And I'm just like, ugh. But this is just who I need to speak to. And I'm like, this is where this thing brought me. I'm pretty sure this is the spot you were talking about. He was like, yeah, every driver goes there. I don't know why. Boy, say it again. Say it again. Just say it one more time. So I can have you sit in the corner and think about what you're saying. What you mean for some reason? What you mean you don't know why? Because do you think this is probably where GPS is telling them to go? I said, listen, let me tell you something else too, so you just know. So you stop making your little smart comments all the time and just understand that you office we drivers. Okay. Now I understand why a dude told you don't tell him how to drive and hung up on you. I understand it now. I've had enough of your shenanigans. Like you look down that road. It don't even look like it continues like that, and it don't look like you can fit. It just look like Jeepers Creepers. Where'd you get those peepers? It's down there. So, and I drove. It took me 8 hours. That wasn't all driving, but from the time I started to get, and then to get and to get here, it was 8 hours. So, by the time I pull up in the dock, I pull up, and they ready to get the stuff so they can go take it to the customers. So He said, right here. I pull up. As soon as I back up and hit that dog, by the time I just get out, just to go back there, just to check, make sure, hey, y'all good? All right, just so we ain't communicating. You're gonna go in there and, you know, start getting your stuff in there. This trailer won't move. I got you. You straight. By the time I walk up here and sit back down, pretty much. So as I sit back down, I think I pulled out my notebook or something. Here come dude, big buff dude. Here you go. Thank you, ma'am. Y'all finished already? Yes. Like, wait, it was only like 7 items on there. That was fast. That's the fastest I've ever had. I came all the way out here just to bring it out. Okay, cool. All right. And just lo and behold, they put it in his little truck and he was gone. I said, okay. All right. So now I get to turn around. So I got to take a whole break here and then do all that driving back just so they can get their stuff. And some households got their shit. You know what I mean? So that's how that works, y'all. At the end of the day, you wouldn't have a damn thing if we wasn't putting our shit on the line. But one thing I'm not getting ready to do, this way is it. Ooh. Yeah. Gotta work my joints. For real. All that shit is not good for you. That's how they be like struggling, man. I'm telling you. Either I started to bring my GoPro this time, but I said no, I'm not gonna bring it because it's just big and obvious. Like, it's a small thing, but not for the purpose that I really want it for. I'm putting my camera up. I was gonna do it today, but I'm gonna do it tomorrow in the window so I can record. But I want the meta glass. One day. I can't even remember the price, but depending on where you go, it's not so bad, you know. Or you can get to some TikTok knockouts and see, you know, I might get it a try. Get some TikTok knockouts and see how that goes. It's like being in, I shouldn't think of what that cartoon was. But yeah, when you see it, it's like Night of the Living Dead almost. That's what it be feeling like. I'm like, yeah. Remember all the reasons I wanted to be out of trucking before. You know, you start to lose the ability, the time, the energy, the desire, everything to take care of yourself. You know, everybody look like shit on a stick and hurting walking and you know, big shit. No. Okay, I'm gonna sit y'all down because I'm finna move these heavy weights. I used to lift these shits like they ain't nothing. But see, that's how I do. So it ain't no thing. I could fall off and like if it's more than like 3-4 days, I'm pitiful. But then get back into the groove and it's over with. Now, do I think that's gonna last forever? It kind of feels like it. It kind of feels like it because
it's going to take a few weeks for OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny to find out if a Florida judge will allow her released on bond ahead of her trial. Clenny is charged with second-degree murder for the stabbing death of her boyfriend, Christian Obumseli. A Miami-Dade County Superior Court judge heard 2 days of arguments in an Arthur hearing for Clenny. The judge plans to announce her decision on December 8th. Clenny's trial date is tentatively set for December 19th. That is likely going to be pushed until next year. The hearing comes as prosecutors release new photos of the moments after Obumseli's stabbing back in April. And the photos include a bloody picture of the alleged murder weapon. We're going to talk about all of this.
She say, I
And the
threw
odds of
it
her
at
giving out.
him.
But first, here's court.
I threw it at him, and it, you know, it activated. Like, girl, bye. Look at that. She was covered in so much. Y'all remember this? I know y'all remember this.
Freddie Politan with a look
I
at the
know
case
y'all
against Courtney Clenny.
A social media sensation, now a suspected killer. 26-year-old Courtney Taylor Clenny is charged with second-degree murder in the death of her 27-year-old boyfriend, Christian Obunselli.
The chief medical examiner of Miami-Dade County determined that Christian's cause of death was a stab to the chest. Christian was stabbed as the knife punctured the subclavian artery in his right chest.
It all happened following a fight at the couple's relationship.
Evidence gathered during the investigation of Christian's death showed that since November of 2020, he and the defendant, Clenny, had been involved in an extremely tempestuous and combative relationship.
Why don't they say she was, instead of saying he and her, okay, yeah, he was there, he was with her, he stayed, he participated in some degree, so they were in, but let's just say, they wouldn't word it like that if it was a dude on the other opposite end. Like, because they'd be like, for the time that they were together, he was very violent and abusive towards her. He displayed very, no, but it would be about him being violent, which should be the thing here, because that's the freaking way it was. I just don't care why we...
This would later release text messages where Obunselli confronts Clenny for slashing him with a knife more than once. They also released secret audio recordings taken by the victim.
How often do you think about your poop? Now, some people think about their poop a lot, others not so much. Did you know that every time that you pay a visit to the porcelain throne, your poop is
taken by the victim?
Don't touch me! What is going on? What are you gonna get this mad at me when I'm apologizing to you? No, Christian. But you're thinking I'm doing it on purpose? Drop your high pitch. I'm not doing it on purpose. You touched the aura. You know well the right thing to do is to tell me. Yes, and I am so sorry. So shut up and let me slap you.
Officials say their apartment building management received so many complaints about their loud fights, they came close to being evicted. Building cameras captured this fight in February, just weeks before Obunselli was killed. Clenny's attorney notes that the elevator video does not depict the events lead this
Will you
fight.
see this close?
You touched the aura. You know well the right thing to do is to tell me. Yes, and I am so sorry. So shut up and let me slap you.
Officials say their apartment building management received so many complaints about their loud fights, they came close to being evicted. Building cameras captured this fight in February, just weeks before Obunselli was killed. Clenny's attorney notes that the elevator video does not depict the events leading up to the altercation, and in a statement said Obunselli was the abuser, the worst kind of abuser. He would manipulate and abuse Courtney in private when he thought nobody was around.
That's possible. There's some out there like that, so that's possible. But was this the case here?
Courtney claims she was acting in self-defense after Obunselli attacked her. In his statement to Court TV, Frank Prieto states, "It is an absolute injustice to charge a victim of domestic violence and human trafficking with a crime." He went on to say, "We will vigorously defend Courtney and clear her of this unfounded and baseless charge." This body cam footage was taken the day before the stabbing.
Right now, I have not always been a victim, but right now I'm a freaking victim of this situation. I'm scared to go to therapy.
All right, so what do you want something?
I want to be exonerated, I guess, of anything wrong. And I want him, I want a restraining order against Christian Obunselli.
The OnlyFans star first rose to fame as a bodybuilder.
My name is Courtney Taylor, and I'm about 8 days out from my first show, the NPC West Coast Classic. And today we're going to hit some back and vice, so let's get started.
She soon became a social media celebrity with some 2 million followers on Instagram, where she frequently posted pictures of the man she's now accused of murdering.
This homicide has gained some notoriety since the defendant, Clenny, is an internet social media personality and influencer under the name of Courtney Taylor.
Now Clenny is finding that her fame has a downside.
Yeah, you should go, because you just killed your boyfriend. Yeah, you did.
Now, on day one of the bail hearing, a City of Miami police detective who responded to the scene of Christian Ogunselli's stabbing testified on what he recalled the defendant, Courtney Clenny, told him.
She told me that she was at the apartment. The victim had went down to go. When he went to Subways, they began to message each other, and through text messages, they got into an argument over sharing each other's location. He then decides to come back to the apartment. Shortly after he comes back to the apartment, another argument ensues. At that point, the defendant says that the victim grabbed her by the neck, slammed her against the wall. She was able to break free. Then she was gonna call her mother, and he didn't want that to happen, so he grabbed her and put her onto the ground. She wasn't able to explain exactly that happened. After that, she was able to break free once again, at which point she goes to the kitchen. She grabs on a knife, and then she states that the victim ran towards her, and that's when she flung the knife, or threw it, and it hit him in the shoulder.
Now, the medical examiner testified on Thursday and testified to the findings of his post-mortem investigation, and if he could confirm if the knife was thrown or not by Clenny.
You can throw, they got blades all on the point. I forgot the name of it. She had to throw that shit hard like that.
The position of the wound, the angle of the
Steel.
wound, the depth of the wound. Does that support that the victim and the defendant were face to face when this happened?
As a hypothetical?
As a hypothetical.
Yes.
And as another hypothetical, based on the same position, observations, the angle, the depth, does it support that the victim was stabbed?
Feel the burn.
Yes. Based on the same observations, does it support that
it went too
at
deep
least 8 to 12 pounds
to
of force would have been used in order to create that damage?
In general, yes.
And that damage being breaking through the skin, plunging the knife 3 inches into the victim's chest, and cutting through muscle, eventually the subclavian artery.
Yes.
Now, based on the information you received,
your circadian rhythm, bro. She cut his circadian artery.
Observations support that.
I'm not an expert in knife throwing. If the person who supposedly did this is an expert knife thrower, and the knife is the type of knife that you can throw, I guess that could have happened.
Did you receive any information that the defendant was a knife thrower?
No.
So based on that fact, that you did not receive that information, would it support
the person you with?
No.
The odds of her throwing that knife pretty low, unless she was an expert knife thrower, according to the expert
So what was
witness.
the point in all of this? Okay, so she took care of him. A very masculine thing to do. But he allowed it, right? So they like it, I love it. But she took care of him just so she can control his every move, know everywhere he's going, and smack him around whenever she wanted to, which was every time she said a word, and constantly accuse him of doing stuff that, not just at 10, he ain't doing it all like that because she crazy. Like, she crazy and she paid her bills. Come on now, that's two things right there. Like, God, this shit is just, Bro.
Bring back in Daryl Stallworth and Ted Golden. Ted,
I can't, man.
the fact that Obum Selly was recording his
exhausted.
girlfriend, the audio recordings are horrific, and
I can't.
who does that? Is that a person that's an abuser that gets someone in a certain way and records it so that he can use it later, or is that classic abusee wanting to document what happens to him?
Sounds like he's covering himself. He's trying to make sure that whatever happens is documented, and it shows a clear and concise representation of what was occurring while this incident, while he was losing his life, obviously.
You know what I think,
Daryl,
too?
these cases are...
I think that because these situations always escalate, you know, they get worse and worse. And I think that he was sensing, you know, he living that life. I think he was sensing that it was just getting way too out of control, and I'm pretty sure she got drugs in the mix. Yeah, she probably was. It was probably getting harder and harder for her to like calm down. She probably was hitting him more, hitting him longer, saying weird shit like "I'll kill you." You know, I think he understood that this ain't good. This is not good. This is getting worse. This bitch might kill me one day, which shouldn't make you leave, right? But we can't do that. If we didn't do it, we can't do it with women, you know? So, for whatever reason, he stayed. Damn, that's crazy. But it's good. He documented what he did, because... Girl, why? I just don't understand. She act like she belonged in a damn cage somewhere.
Difficult to prove because it is, you know, unfortunately, Obum Selly is dead. He can't come in and articulate the complexities of the relationship. However, you do have those audio recordings. You got the video of them in the elevator, and you have neighbors saying they're constantly fighting. What's your overall take on this case, and do you believe that Courtney Clenny, as her defense attorney has said publicly, is a victim?
The bail hearing is giving us a little preview of what the trial may look like. I'm always fascinated with the pathologists because they're not going to tell you what happened. It's not like the movies where you walk up and say the person was stabbed 3 feet from right here. They give you hypotheticals, and I think that pathologist did a great job. It looks like it's going to be a problem for the defense because of this history, because of these recordings, because of the strength and the power needed to stab someone. I can see that it's going to be a hard, troubling problem. The idea that it's provoked and it's sudden impulse and all those things that knock a first-degree murder down to a second degree, maybe a manslaughter, that's probably going to be her best chance in defending this case.
Ted, it's one of those cases where the utterances made by, in this case, the defendant, in those moments after, when officers first arrive, is that not so important? Because now she's going to be confronted with this story that she threw the knife, which who knows why she blurted that out. It's a horrible story, a horrible defense, for many reasons, because it sounds like it is not backed up by the physical evidence. But from your perspective in law enforcement, those moments are crucial, are they not? The first bite at the apple with a potential defendant.
Yeah, when she made those statements, she put herself in a catch-22, because once you make those statements, you can't take them back. She might be able to say, well, you know, I had some, a slight slip of my mind. That didn't happen that way. But realistically, when you make those kind of statements, it's that close to an incident, it becomes more truthful than not. And then, of course, it's kind of like testimony. You can't take it away. Once you say it, it's out there. And it's very difficult to change it or alter it in a way that would be believable.
All right, we're going to break in here. Up next, more from Courtney Clenny's Arthur hearing. That's her bond hearing, as her father takes the witness stand and backs, of course, his daughter and the self-defense claims. We'll listen to that next. Father of OnlyFans model Courtney Clenny took the stand yesterday and backed up his daughter's claims that she acted in self-defense. Kim Clenny, testified during day 2 of his daughter's bail hearing. He stated that the relationship between his daughter and Christian Oumumseli was, quote, very toxic from the beginning. He also doubled down on his daughter's self-defense claim, saying it was due to prolonged mistreatment by the victim in this case. Clenny is charged with second-degree murder for allegedly stabbing Oumumseli to death back in April. Here's a look at Dad on the stand trying to help his daughter.
The July 27th of 2021 incident in Vegas. You heard about that yesterday?
Not yesterday, the day before.
The day before. And then the text messages from October 9th through the 11th discussing your daughter stabbing the victim in the leg and then hitting him.
I don't think I know that to be true.
Well, whether you know it to be true, you were in the court and heard it.
I didn't hear it, yes.
And then also in January 30th through February 1st, the state's allegations that your daughter caused this injury to the victim, slicing him to the face.
I didn't hear that.
And then the February 21st incident in the elevator.
Well, it's obviously she's under duress, and we don't know what happened before or after.
My question to you is, you heard about it yesterday?
I heard about it the day before yesterday.
The day before yesterday. And then in regards to March, the multiple conversations between your daughter and the defendant, where she calls him a number of different names. You heard about that yesterday?
I didn't hear about that, but I don't know what context.
Certainly, I'm not asking you that. So, and then obviously
like
the
he
incident
is
that
not
took place
playing
the
about
day
his daughter.
when the defendant
Bro,
killed
calm
him. You
down.
heard about that 2 days ago.
Well, when the defendant acted in self-defense, I heard about that, yes.
Damn, you doing too much. You can't do all that, sir.
Your daughter's released.
You just gotta answer the question. Oh shoot, I messed up. Go back, because that was getting good.
Your daughter's released. Would she come back to live with you?
That's an option, yes.
And do you find her to be a danger to you?
Absolutely not.
Do you find her to be a danger to your daughter, your other daughter, or your wife? No. And are there any situations that you've had between, or that you've seen, that you've observed or been privy to between Miss Clenny and your wife and your other daughter?
I think, well, no, because I think there may have been an incident, but I wasn't there. So,
did you eventually learn of what happened?
I think the sheriff's office may have been called, but she wasn't a danger to those 2 people.
Do you know why nothing was done further?
What the hell?
All right, it's Dad trying to answer some questions from the state. After the hearing, Courtney Clenny's defense team spoke to reporters about the proceedings and why they're optimistic about the defendant's case.
This particular light.
First of all, we're very pleased with the evidence that came out during this hearing. From the onset of this case, the government has built it on mischaracterizations of the evidence, and I think that was clear today. All the things that the state omitted and misrepresented from the inception and the search warrant, all that evidence came out. Specifically, what makes us extremely, there's no other word for it, happy about the outcome of the testimony was the medical examiner's report, reported testimony. Ms. Puglisi can speak to that.
Real quick, let me ask you this. Why do you think she deserves bond?
I think that all the evidence as presented in court was very clear. She's not a danger to the community, nor is she a flight risk. So, Sabrina mentioned the ME.
Well, as far as the flight risk, I mean, and why she should get bond, I think it's pretty disingenuous for the state to now claim that she is a flight risk and a danger to the community when they kept her out for 4.5 months. It is clear from the evidence that she's not a harm to anybody in the community. As far as the ME, I think the biggest point was his...
I would argue that she previously was under the comfortability that they weren't charging her because they weren't even investigating or thinking about doing anything further on this case. But it's a whole different story when you got some form of murder charges up against you. Stop playing.
Last point, which was he cannot say that she didn't throw the knife. I mean, that's the case. How can they say that she threw it and then say he did not?
Can you also talk about testimony from the father who said that he felt that his daughter was mistreated?
There's no question she was a victim of domestic violence. And like any parent out there, he loves his daughter and he's very upset about the situation. And, today he had Ted at least a little bit of an opportunity to speak and say how he feels.
With the phone records, I mean, I know that there's been a lot of back and forth with the state and yourselves. What exactly do you think was happening in those moments between the calls to mom and the call to 911?
Well, I think it's
you guys
sure. I think the evidence is absolutely clear, beyond a reasonable doubt, that this occurred while she was on the phone with her mother and immediately hung up and called 911. There's no and, ifs, or buts about it. She called immediately. She acted in self-defense, and we will vigorously defend her, and she will hopefully be out on bond while this is taking place.
All right, let's talk about it with criminal defense attorney Daryl Stallworth in Oakland, California, and retired DEA and special agent and former Memphis police officer Ted Golden. He's in Atlanta, Georgia. The Arthur hearing in Florida is basically a bail hearing for a serious charge, and it's two-pronged. Prosecution has to prove that there's enough evidence here for a conviction, and then also that there's the defense has to prove that there's no problem with flight risk or any other danger to society scenario. Ted, to you, what's the reality of now with bracelets and modern law enforcement of an actual flight risk? Is Courtney Clenny a flight risk if she was out on bail? Yes, she has money, but does she have the tools to go somewhere else?
Because her peers is trying to help her get away.
Well, the technology that's available nowadays makes it pretty clear that people aren't as able to flee as they were in the past. The technology now is pinpoint wherever she is, they'll know where she is. And of course, one of the requirements when you are out on bond is that you be in at a certain time, or that you just be at home and you can't go anywhere else. So those things are pretty clear. The flight risk issue is a lot of times dealing with people who aren't citizens of the United States, or folks who have a tendency to travel, or they may have a guilty feeling and want to flee. That's going to be kind of hard for them to show. And a danger to the community. She's not a drug dealer. She's not someone who goes around, threatening to kill anybody else. So they're on good ground with that. They may possibly have some grounds to get the release, but given that she killed this man with a knife, and I don't know what her injuries were like, that's something that probably would weigh in the judge's decision.
Daryl, should she be let out on bond as she awaits trial? Because it's a huge difference in terms of her short-term life as this waits, because this likely won't go to trial for a long time.
Bond hearings are particularly interesting because the judge normally has to presume what the prosecutor has charged to be true. And although they're putting on somewhat of a defense, it is really the presumption that what's been charged is true, and she's been charged with murder. And it cuts right to the point of, if someone's charged with murder and you presume that they committed murder, then that's a danger. I agree with Ted that she's not much of a flight risk. You can put an ankle monitor on her and figure out where she is and what she's doing, and she's not going to be able to get away with leaving the country. But the real element for review is danger. And if you presume someone for a bail hearing to be responsible for murder, stabbing someone, I believe the danger may be the strongest element in which the judge
she used to be fit as hell.
She probably won't get the
The prosecution was just arguing with the courts. They want access to the cloud information because they believe that the parents were giving her money and making otherwise, plans or whatever, having conversations about her getting away, helping her, get lost.
And
It's crazy. It's night and day between how she looks.
Secretly recorded. Go to that. I mean, she's unhinged at times. Here's an example of her screaming at him, telling him he needs to go charge her cell phone. He, meanwhile, is recording this because she's off the rails.
Don't talk to me! What is going on? What are you gonna get this mad at me when I'm apologizing to you? No, Christian. But you're thinking I'm doing it on purpose. Drop your high pitch. Okay, I'm not doing it on purpose. You just are. You know well the right thing to do is to tell me. Yes, and I am so sorry. Just shut up and let me slide you. Give me my phone. You have your phone. And I have your phone. Find it and charge it.
You heard his
That
chick talk
is
to him?
one of the audio recordings, and
You heard she talked to that man?
Ted, she seems a bit unstable, and a reference was made to a police or sheriff's department call to the house when she was living with mom and sister and dad. Is there an argument that she is a danger, maybe not to just society in general, but to her loved ones?
It does demonstrate a pattern of behavior. Clearly, they had a very volatile relationship. It's very well documented, not just in the elevator incident, but with the recording that he was able to make himself. Those kind of things tend to let the judge know that she has a volatile personality and that she is one of those folks that's very aggressive. And of course, with him being killed because of her aggressive nature, I think that there's a strong belief that he's probably going to keep behind bars because her attitudes and her way of acting and even the presentation of the audio lets you know that she's an aggressive person.
Here she is again, Obum Sully, this time recording on his cell phone video. You can kind of see them, but you're going to hear them. Take a listen.
Oh, my God.
Decide whether or not you're done gaslighting me. Decide whether or not you're done gaslighting me. I am mad that you told me to come. Decide right now. That's I asked you so many times that I don't know, and I apologize, but you hit me. Shut the You don't.
Daryl, can these, as we fast forward to the actual trial, can the defense use all of these interactions, these recordings between them somehow to their advantage if they establish a narrative of abuse coming from Obum Sully's side too, saying that they were both guilty and it takes two to tango?
Jeez.
The defense would have to be very careful because on the face of this audio recording, it looks like he is the victim and she's been abusing him and he wants to make sure there's a record of it. But if they're going to try to flip it and make it seem like he's doing this just to cover his abuse in order to argue later that he was only doing this to make sure that he was going to be able to counter or defend himself against what she was doing, that's going to be a stretch. They're going to have to find something or they're going to have to present something to make him a very methodical sociopath, that he's a violent person, he's an abuser, but he's going to secretly record his actions with his alleged victim in order to protect himself whenever she does something to him. I think that's a lot for a defense to be able to get a jury to digest.
Yeah, Ted, that's like second level saying, okay, he's the mastermind abuser, and but every now and then he pushes her buttons to the point where she freaks out, and then he records it so that he can save. It's ridiculous, isn't it, on its face?
Well, dead men can't speak, so whatever recording he's made is his testimony. The intent, obviously, for the defense is to demonize him. And the advantage they have right now is with all this testimony about her bond hearing, they're getting a very good view of the evidence the state has, and they can come up with a plausible explanation of what happened. So there's a disadvantage for the state, but a great advantage for defense attorneys to be able to get all this information up front.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this Arthur hearing was a 2-day hearing, took place in Miami. The judge has reserved judgment. She will rule one way or another if Courtney Clenny will be out on bond on December 8th, likely a written decision, and that will be a game changer for her. Otherwise, she'll be incarcerated through the holidays and the months and months that lead up to trial. The charges against her serious enough to absolutely keep her incarcerated during that period of time. We'll wait and see what happens.
Are you sure your tax expert is right for you? Switch to TurboTax Full Service. You'll be matched with a TurboTax expert and get real-time updates on their progress. And you get your best outcome.
She's looking like a whole different. I got it. The way that girl looked at her. Who is she looking for? Oh my god.
Started yesterday. I was in trial. It's about a mess with the break her hearings. Became part of that deposition. She had to leave again, so that deposition was not completed yesterday. No.
First comment. She looks like two different people.
That portion of the case for today.
This comment is terrible, but I don't feel like reading. It's long, so.
I believe there are certified questions that will bring before Your Honor. We're going to file that motion, but we do need to finish this deposition before we move forward. So we're asking for the reset.
While you guys go and get a date with Hannah once we're done with the other motion, and we'll set it and we go to the Senate. Thank you. So, Mr. President, what will happen?
He said they should arrest whoever spent money on her OnlyFans. But why would you say that? She looked good. Dressed up and everything. Dolled up or whatever.
Which is obviously the threshold question before we get to anything more substantive. I'm sure you're on this right now. Our motion, I'm happy to spam back if you like.
I have read it. I'll give you a couple minutes to spell it if you'd like, and I'd like for the statement to us.
Sure, Judge. Well, I know Your Honor, both of the bullets under rules and procedure.
It said no makeup, brown hair, different clothing, changing the whole picture. Look at her parents. Dad drinking water in court. Like, sir, you're not that thirsty. You just got there.
I think the exact language is that any party claiming to have an interest in the detainer be hired to draw.
He said how her father stood by and approved of his daughter selling her body to pervs online. Shit, they said she made millions.
Obviously, that was the first time it was raised. I think maintaining
Millions, bro, millions. Online? That's not in person.
that our clients do not have an interest in 3 years of their personal iCloud data. I'm sure they can explain that to the court if their position is that, yes, they do have an interest in it, which I think would be a genuine position. But
Okay.
the state's interest trumps that.
So this person is saying the blood on the ground was dry.
But the reality is just what we are seeking to intervene on behalf of is that under the homicide case, the state of Florida.
I just shut up. I don't know. I did see where somebody talked about like the hour of it. Oh, jeez. They want evidence. She already cut up his face with a knife. I think that's a previous. Yeah, that's weird. He stayed with her for all this. Mm. Find my phone. Find my phone now. Charge it. Oh, they must have been listening to the tape again.
Search warrant. I'll reserve my commentary on that. Should we get to the second motion? That search warrant allowed the state of Florida to go through personal iCloud accounts of 2 uncharged, unrelated to
2023, a year and a half after the predicate offense.
Wow.
With no limitations. So what the court has in its file right now are personal, medical, financial, spousal communications, attorney-client communications, all of which the state would very much like to go through. And those pieces of data belong to parents who are, assuming the state will concede this point, but were not involved in the homicide offense, which by their own theory is a heat of passion, heat of the moment homicide. It is not premeditated, there's no financial component to it, and yet their seizure through this warrant of the claim parents' data is broad and vast, and it is very, very private, and we have an interest in that. And
You keep saying it's private. Yeah, it is, but
so that we can address the warrant itself, which is the substance of our second motion.
it's also relevant
That warrant, in our opinion,
to y'all helping y'all murderous daughter, abusive drug addict, OnlyFans model daughter.
Before I allow you to intervene, and not only do you have an interest in this, but at the same time,
These comments where it's at.
so your honors,
just that they have and then you move to substantive motion.
So that's the same chick. She looks totally different.
under the rule for intervention, you can decide if there is an interest. If your honor is going to address that second prong that you just mentioned, I am happy to address that. I don't know if that's Mr. Quinton's argument. I have to discuss it with him. If the state is going to proffer that, hey, this is our.
Somebody said without all the glam and fake lashes, she sure isn't anything special justice for a Christian. This is what human trash looks like. I bet she's getting, I can't even repeat that part. No, did we start on our own? Good job. Good job. Okay. Prayers for the family. If you watch all the available evidence videos, it's so clear that she was the abuser. This wasn't even the first time she stabbed him. She also hesitated for a long time to call the police because she wanted to fix it. This time it was not fixable, and she let him die. She was trying to flip it on him, saying he was an abuser. Anyone who is or has been abused. Okay, that's a long comment. What happened to the bleach blonde tight body? Well, that's what she said. What happened to the bleach blonde? She said bleach hair just doesn't just disappear. Well, she been in there for, I don't know, at the time of this video, it was a year ago. Well, this is posted a year ago, so I assume. So maybe it was a wig. How she's trying to lie that she threw a knife from that far away. Forensics and an autopsy will show what a lying, conniving woman she is.
So we need to do what we need to do in our interest in prosecuting this homicide trumps private citizens' privacy rights. So be it, I'll respond accordingly.
But what I'm saying is that you would, I couldn't tell what you were saying, whether or not you thought that was a long custody intervention itself.
Somebody said if he would have saw her today, he would have thought she was a man.
We're saying that the only test for whether or not you're allowed to intervene is whether or not they have an interest.
So I think we're allowed to intervene, and then Your Honor can address that after we intervene into it. If you look to the rule itself, it's incredibly brief and direct, and it discusses any party claiming an interest. And that interest, I think what Your Honor is referring to is the portion of the rule that discusses whether our interest is subordinate, right? So the court can allow us to intervene, and then when dealing with the substantive issue, make that determination as to whether our interest is subordinate. I think that goes more to the crux of the motion to quash the warrant, because Your Honor is going to be asked to determine
the way they getting at her in the comments, but they still telling the truth. So it's about how rough she looks, how old she looks. Said model. She gained 100 pounds and is guilty. She phoned her parents after she stabbed him and waited 15 minutes before calling the police. But to be honest, that to me, I don't really see that. I mean, it wasn't fair to him that she did that, but who wouldn't? If you had the opportunity to call somebody and be like, oh my God, guess what just happened? And their head is going to be on a little straighter than yours at the moment. You know, you got to see what can we do here? Like, the first rule is to cover your own ass. So that's part of covering your own ass. And then she got parents that are going to pick up. They're going to listen. They're going to help. They're going to give advice or whatever. I mean, anybody would want that in the moment that you just took somebody's life. Because the way those things happen is, it could be, you know, something you had to do in the moment, or something, you know, self-defense. It could be anything. But we don't just kill people. So when it happens, do you even know where your state of mind is or was? And everything that happens from here is also going to be important to how you going to survive this thing. So yeah, I would call an ally that can very well help some kind of way, give some good advice. I'm not rational thinking right now. Bro, I just killed somebody. I mean, when you think about it, yeah.
I'm gonna show y'all how I traded 60
If y'all just straight up down 911, that's what you're supposed to do.
So you want to find your daily highs,
you're supposed to do that.
daily lows, 4-hour highs, 4-hour lows, hourly highs, and hourly lows.
It's likely not gonna be in your best favor.
But just process. So now that we got that done, we want to wait until 6:50 a.m. to trade.
You need every opportunity you can get at this point. Somebody's dead, even if it was self-defense. Somebody's dead.
Time frame levels to get taken out. All right,
bro, you in trouble like you never been before.
Sweep to the opposite direction. How do we know it's a break of structure? It gets taken out from this low. So boom, down can.
I was trying to connect to the Bluetooth. That's how long that shit took. To damn connect. Let's see. I don't hear nothing. Huh? Well, that's... Excuse me. And this is connected up there, but that volume is all the way down. If it is, oh well. Let's see what we got here. There we go.
Once the homicide litigation is closed, then that person will distribute the property. Generally, that will be done later. This litigation is ongoing at the end of the litigation.
It's almost like he's whispering. So this is from a year ago.
The Excel spreadsheet with messages about me by Mr. Money.
Parents IRS will be asking for some evidence.
Apple. So again, I know this could have information privacy would have standing, for example, the challenging motion to suppress, where they are charging defendants, but the material is not theirs. This would be not unlike a cell phone where there's an extraction they can follow. The data itself is part of the evidence of the case. Maybe there's an appeal, maybe there's a retrial, etc. So for those reasons, I don't think it should be granted.
So you would agree that they have at least a privacy interest, but not a property interest, and you believe that.
She over there playing, making googly faces and stuff with her family.
So, Judge, rarely is this happens, but I have to agree with those governors. So the first part of the rule discusses intervening. I think we're getting ahead of ourselves when we're making a determination as to what the subordinate interest is, because that is the subject of the second motion. Once we intervene, we can make our arguments to the court as to what the interest of the services claiming is, and the court then weighs that against the state's interest. And that's particularly important, Judge, because I know you're on giving our motion, but the warrant application is incredibly vague as to what it is they are looking for in this wide berth of data and how it helps them prosecute a homicide from 2 years prior to when they started this iCloud data. They also said, and with respect to the state, that's a very disingenuous position to take that Kim Deborah's private data belongs to Apple. The state of Florida has a robust constitutional privacy.
They're not trying to let them in at all. So this argument is the same.
And say that this data belongs to Apple is an end run around their privacy interest. I don't think we're there yet.
At the end of the day, it's all about that damn cloud.
But it sounds like they're all that they have.
Ooh, I know some good stuff in that cloud.
Now, the substance of the warrant itself, so the court can weigh whether that interest is in fact supported or not.
You know, done this to sleep that
The business record certification is not
not really, but it is right now.
in this case, quite before to raise a copy motion to essentially close discovery, anything that was subject to public record, not be disclosed to the public record, and then Judge Hussein denied that motion. The Miami Herald had to intervene. That's the case. In that context, this claiming privacy was should the meaning of the public's rights and honestly
So why did it not connect? There was I gotta push the button. So this case, I forgot what it was originally I was hunting. When we was listening to it earlier, something that had took place in the case. I don't know. I'm pretty sure eventually I'm gonna come across it, but it looks like there's gonna be some time before. Let me shut this one down before they start the trial. That. That's a very freaking interesting, terrible, and unfortunate, most unfortunate case that's going on, for sure. work. Right now. But I'm gonna go in here. Yeah. Hey, let me use my shoes because I gotta walk across those rocks. I feel exhausted. But at the end of the day, it's not enough movement, not enough exercise. And needing to take a break from food. That's what that is. Needing to take a break from the food. That's a crazy kick. So shout out to all y'all who didn't type in the chat and really don't never come over here being a SAPO with interesting conversation. But for some reason you come. So I guess shout out to you for that. And you know, maybe one day you'll hit the like or you'll stay away. Either way, I'll be great with, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, telling all truths. Okay? No breaks. No police. I need some energy quick. So my hair poking me in my eye. I can feel it. So I'm out of here, y'all. I am out of here. Y'all are so boring. Even if this was like, yeah, no, you wouldn't help. You wouldn't keep me woke or nothing. And I could sleep for another freaking that. I could sleep for a good while now. But I know it's chilly out. Let me get my jacket on. I think I'm going to carry y'all through the parking lot so y'all can get a look, see. I'm loaded with all this belly. And got the nerve to have on a crop top. It's alright. It's alright, because she going to turn out a booty and thigh meat in just 1 week. It's Bible every time I say it. Oh, it's so packed out here. I need the strap, don't I? Don't I, y'all? I need the strap. Next time I get some crazy thoughts, not nothing to act on, but just be like, man, I'm so tired. It would take something super strong to give me the energy I need, right? So you know what I'm insinuating. First of all, I would never touch anything because my mama was a crackhead, but just can't resist this. And I'm thinking about that shit with the old girl. Shit, the way she acting, beating up on her dude. I don't know if that's partial insanity plus the drug life or whatever. I wonder what the hell they was doing. Sweet, like what was I don't know how much is gonna come out about them because usually they investigate the victim all up and down. Hold on. And Wendy, they said they like to party a lot. Okay, she made millions on OnlyFans. Okay, what was y'all it was. He found it that it makes sense to be with her and to be putting up with that shit and doing all that shit. And that was just crazy, girl. These folks. Beating on her with it. Well, no, beat on him. It's freaking sad. Falls out. No, thing, but. When you think about the privileges this chick had, privileges because what? Because you, white for one. The whole thing is ridiculous. Coconut water. I put coconut water in the freezer in here in the truck. It's ice cold frozen. All that has melted so far. I already drank it, so some more ice. Oh, that's what she said. I gotta review these vlogs and certify them before I can. Cause like you supposed to say, man, every time I stop somewhere, it's doing that. So she's like, certify your logs. Most of the time, I just be hitting. I agree and certify. Cause why you gonna say something different than what I have done? However, you're supposed to read it for you. Cause you don't know what it be. It might say you went to, you did this, that, and the third, you didn't do it. But the other day when I got to where I needed to go, take my break when I got there, cause I ran out of time. Right when I pulled up. That's why sometimes I just be like, man, I'm chill. I'm sitting in. You fuck around and you be doing that 24/7 every day. Man, you add that up, put that together, make it make sense. Barely able to walk. Barely able to walk or move like these dudes because they don't. They're out here making money. I put it like that. Already breaking that off. Stretch it out, work it out. Move it around, shake it up, flip it down. But anywho, when I ran out of hours, cause I was gonna take a break at the truck stop. Well, it wasn't the truck stop. It was a little place that was like real close, right up the street, like 30 minutes away. And then I was gonna go after my break. I thought about it. That would be the next day. No, it wasn't Milo, it was somebody else, but It still do. They're waiting on it. Like that's at the end of the day, that's what this is all about. They're waiting on that. Oh, shit. I'm not gonna make it. I'm not gonna make it. I'm gonna run out of hours. Because the time it took to get in and the time I had left on my clock was neck and neck. I'm like, and it always takes longer. All it takes is a couple of cars to get in front of you or something like that. Happens every time. If I'm out here and I go outside of my DLT hours, I'm gonna be stuck like Chuck until I don't even know the procedure. I forgot. I know you be shut down, stuck. It could be for days, maybe. I ain't trying to find out. Not like that. So I talked to my girl. She was like, I said, I don't see me making it. Like, when I take my break, can I come drop it, because they had an empty trailer, so I was gonna leave this one because they'll be going home. And then I got to thinking about what I was actually saying. I was like, that's not gonna be an option either. They won't be gone. They still wouldn't have gotten their product before they went home. And then I'm supposed to put the stuff in the dock so they can unload it. They're gonna have a dock open after hours? No, because that would give you access to the facility. So in the last second, very last, I was like, I don't even know if they have facilities on the yard, and I need access to facilities like a bathroom. I mean, most of the time it feel like people don't think about that shit. They just want you to deliver some shit. But they don't be thinking about the basic human shit, about the fact that a person is actually driving a truck. So you have to be, I don't know, you gotta advocate for yourself. Because you all you got. Okay? This is your body, not theirs. So I was like, she was like, they say you can take your break there. Yeah, y'all quick to say some shit like that. Half the time, it's either they don't have a bathroom, they be looking at you funny about coming to use the bathroom, or eventually they going home. Then what you gonna do for the rest of the hours you sitting out there? But you can't move. And how far is the walk? Like, is it safe? Can you really do? How far are you in the middle of nowhere? These things matter. Because what I'm gonna do? What I'm gonna do? Just think about that for a second. So I said, shit, this is like the heaviest day on my cycle. I'm not finna be sitting out here with no bathroom, and these people going home. Dude told me, he said they leaving at 3 o'clock. I don't like this shit. It's so mentally disturbing at times, most of the time. So I said, okay, I'm gonna go and see if I can get there. Man, I pulled up and got in position like with a few seconds to spare and shut down my clock. Like, no post trip, no nothing, just shut it down. So here comes dude and his deputy. They crossed the gun line, boss. That's what it looked like to me. Remember that movie Life? That's exactly what that shit looked like. And he come up. Yeah, you can put it in door 3. Yeah, I know. The time you tell me on the phone, the time she said everything, I get it. They've been waiting on it. But hey, I'm bringing it here for somebody else. First of all, I had to sit and wait for that shit for like 6 hours because that shit wasn't even ready. But I had to drop everything I had going on to make sure I leave at a certain time so I can be here to get it at that fucking time. And it just so happened it was a 6+ hour wait for them. But my hours already started, so I can't even go nowhere. So when you think you have shit planned out, you be like, okay, I'm gonna do this. Then I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna wash my clothes. I'm gonna take a shower. Same location, different location. I don't know. But however you map your shit out, then I'm gonna water the trees. I'm blah 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 blah. Whatever you got, real slick. You think this how it's gonna work out? And then boom, bam, boom, boom, bing, bop, boom, bop, bing, bop, bam. Okay, so the type of shit this shit really be on, you wouldn't understand. Cause it 9 times out of 10 is bringing me back to shit that I've been through for years. That I was like, this is why I'm getting out this shit. And here it is again. That shit be and how you piss all the way out, boy, when you thought you was about to. Especially if you think the worst of it all. I'm a head because I was waiting for my bladder to talk to me. Especially if your ass think, let me get my headset. You think you about to get you a little shower or whatever? I'm be like, no, I'm stuck here where there's nothing. I'd be mad as hell. Hearing, let me see. So every time I have a different, oh, I don't have a hood on this jacket. Uh-huh. It's jack packed out here. Hmm. Connected. So look at there. Got it. Every time I hit different atmospheres, different temperatures, different humidity lows. Like I have set up in my little environment one way. Then when I head outside, it be on something different. Then my nose start running every time. Ooh, it's chilly, but it's not that bad, but it's still chilly. Mm. I feel like maybe it's a, but I kind of want to get my coat. What up, y'all? You know what? It be y'all not talking in the chat, but you told me to sit for a couple of minutes. I don't know. That should be corny as hell sometimes. And I just be like, I'll be on some